6 p.m. at the Bluegrass Stockyard. Each and every one of you are welcome to come out. We're there about an hour, hour and a half. We have a registration, and then we have a light meal, and then we have the program. So the first presenter on our program today is Mr. Thomas with Farm Service Agency. And then after that, we will have Mr. Turner with Rural Development, USDA. So at this time, we would give Mr. Thomas our undivided attention with Farm Service Agency. Please let's welcome Mr. Thomas.
All right. Well, like I said, my name is Caleb Thomas. I'm from Farm Service Agency. I'm a loan specialist out of the Lexington, Kentucky office. A little bit about myself. I started off in farm loan actually with Farm Credit Mid-America in Campbellsville right out of college. Worked there for about a year and a half, and then after that I accepted a job at Farm Service Agency in Hardinsburg, Kentucky. I was there for about 5 years, moved over to Springfield right about time COVID started, was there for about a year and a half, and I've been with Farm Service Agency in Lexington as a loan specialist for almost a year now, probably a little bit less than that. Kind of a little bit about my duties. As a specialist, what I'm pretty much in charge of is I administer what's called our FLOT program, our Farm Loan Officer Trainee, so kind of get them trained. I work with credit quality reviews, making sure our offices are doing what they're supposed to do in their credit files. Work with loan reviews if it's over the credit office's loan approval authority, and then I work with our national appraisal system, so assigning appraisals, making sure that the appraisers are doing what they're supposed to do, that kind of thing. So they brought me here today to talk a little bit about our farm loan programs, kind of how we can kind of give you another tool to put in your tool belt, especially right now with interest rates, how high they're getting. Farm Service Agency does offer pretty good rates and terms as far as farmers who are getting started, farmers that are struggling a little bit, especially in the economic climate we're in right now. Our interests are generally a little bit lower than kind of commercial lenders. Our terms are a little bit different, and we kind of structure things a little bit different, more friendly to what farmers are used to. So a little bit about FSA. Most towns, or most, I guess the county seat, most counties that you're going to be in the state of Kentucky, you're going to have what's called a consolidated USDA office, and that could have FSA, rural development, or NRCS are generally going to be within one of those offices. NRCS kind of deals with conservation programs, cost shares, that kind of thing. RD kind of develops or deals with like housing or community development projects. And then FSA, we are kind of divided into two sections, whereas what we call the program side, which deals with kind of our subsidy programs, payment programs, crop reporting, livestock indemnity, those type programs. And then there is what's called farm loan program, which is what I deal with primarily. We kind of deal with doing loans for farmers who can't get credit from commercial sources. So like beginning farmers, a lot of beginning farmers don't have the capital, the equity to get a loan through a commercial lender. That's where we kind of come in. Socially disadvantaged farmers, kind of way our funding works, we have funding there for people who are socially disadvantaged. And of course, like I said, our rates and terms. So if you're having cash flow issues, that kind of thing, we kind of work with you on that. So again, this slide kind of talks about just different loan programs we have. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to keep people farming or get people into farming. And what I kind of mean by that is, say you're a farmer wanting to purchase tract from your grandfather that's been in the family for years, but you do not have a down payment to purchase that. We can arrange it to where you could purchase that property on a rate and term that you can make it cash flow, essentially, especially on operations that are just getting started that have limited capital, limited equity, that kind of thing. Okay. So FSA programs are divided into two different types. So you have a direct loan and a guaranteed loan. Guaranteed loan, I'm going to touch on a little bit today, but I'm not going to get too deep in the weeds on. Essentially, that's a tool for a commercial lender to kind of say, hey, look, we got this borrower, the government's standing behind them 90%. So essentially what it's saying is if you default or foreclose on it, we're going to pay back that lender 90% of the money on it as long as they do everything they're supposed to do as far as servicing, that kind of thing. So that's kind of something they can use to kind of market to their underwriters and kind of help you a little bit with the rates and terms. But generally those programs, a lot of the times the borrower doesn't even know that they're getting a guarantee until they get kind of close to the closing table and they sign like a guaranteed loan application, that kind of thing. Direct loans, kind of what we're going to focus on a little bit today. Essentially, that is a loan directly from FSA. So you'll walk into the office, you'll deal directly with me, you'll put the application in with me, we'll be the ones working together, not you and the lender. Those loans, we set the rates and terms on those, and those are directly funded through Congress, so that's kind of where that money's coming from. A lot of people ask, especially at the beginning, what's the advantage of me being a beginning farmer? What's the advantage of me applying as a socially disadvantaged farmer? And the way government funding works, at least for us, Congress sets us out a certain amount of money every year. And when they give us this money, we put it into different funding pots. So we put some in the regular farmer pot, we put some in the beginning farmer pot, some in the socially disadvantaged farmer pot, some in the socially disadvantaged beginning farmer pot, and so on, so on, so on. And kind of the advantage you would have being a socially disadvantaged or beginning farmer is that it's a smaller pool of people you're pulling from to get that money out of that pot, and there's a little bit more money in some of those. So, like, this past year we didn't run into this problem, but where we have funding lapses, so like in August or towards the end of our fiscal year, if we run out of money, then we're just out until Congress decides to give us more. But if you were like a socially disadvantaged farmer or a beginning farmer, you'd have a little bit more money to pull out of in those specific instances. So if you're wanting an annual operating loan and you're just a regular farmer, we're out of money in that pot and you're funded, but we don't have the money there to pull from, you're kind of out of luck until we get more funding from Congress. So that's kind of the advantage you have there, is being socially disadvantaged or beginning. A little bit about direct loans, 4 different kinds essentially. It's going to be the farm ownership, farm operating, emergency loan, and micro loan. Farm ownership, farm operating, micro are 3 most popular. Farm ownership is kind of the one most people know is for, and that's the one that we give you that loan and you're working with us essentially for 40 years, unless you just decide to refinance us. So, okay. So direct operating loans, essentially what it is, there's 2 different types. So a direct operating loan, a lot of people think of operating loan like a bank, like a line of credit. You're just pulling out of it constantly. A direct operating loan essentially for us is it's either 1 to 7 year type loan. So 1 year loan is going to be stuff that we can revolve within a year. We can pay off within a year. So like your fertilizer costs, seed costs, feeder cattle, feed cost, sometimes family living expenses, anything that you can pull out and pay us back in a year, that's going to be like a 1 year type loan. We can also do term operating loans, so anything up to 7 years. So like your breeding stock, bulls, tractors, combines, planters, any kind of equipment that essentially a capital purchase that we can term out over a 7 year term. Rate right now on those is 5 1/8, which is relatively low still, considering kind of what commercial rates are right now. And then the max we can loan on those is $400,000. It talks a little bit about eligibility requirements. A lot of people ask about credit worthiness, as far as, do you all have a minimum credit score? And generally speaking, we don't look at credit scores when we're looking at loan applications. What we're looking at is a pattern of repayment. So have you paid your commercial lenders on time? do you have any collections? If you do have collections, what are those collections for? So if you had like 5 or 6 medical collections, well, what's that from? Well, I broke my arm or something and had to go to the hospital, and they just sent me to collections instead of billing me or whatever. I mean, in some cases, if it's out of your control and we can document that, we can still work with you. We're not just going to deny you based on something like that. But if it's like a collection on like, hey, I don't want to pay my trash bill, so they're sent out a collection on me, well, that's not out of your control. You could have paid that. So we kind of look at it on a case-by-case basis as far as creditworthiness. Talks about managerial experience. Do you know what you're doing? I mean, you can't just loan somebody money that has a house and a 1/4 acre and they want to buy 30 beef cattle. Obviously, we're not going to do something like that. Have you had experience in that kind of operation? If you haven't, well, are you working with somebody that does? Are you kind of seeking out help to help you with that? So we want to make sure that you have all the tools in place, or you have possess the skills to conduct the operation that you say you're going to be able to conduct. And that's going to be kind of something that's also determined on a case-by-case basis, just talking to your loan officer, and then the loan officer understanding your operation as well. You have to be the owner-operator, so if you wanted to purchase a tractor and you own a 500-acre farm and you're leasing it all out to a local farmer to put soybeans on, that really wouldn't be considered owner-operator because you have no investment risk. Essentially, what we're talking about owner-operator, we want you to, if you have that 500-acre farm, we want you to be farming it. That's what we're here for. We're lending to the farmers. We're not lending to people to make investments or investment property. Okay. Direct farm ownership. So this is just going to be a program that we are going to utilize to buy or enlarge a farm, make a major capital improvement. So like a large barn, seen a lot of chicken houses lately, especially in the western part of the state. That's going to be mainly what we're using this for. We can go up to 40 years on the FOs or farm ownership loans. Interest rates 5 1/4 for January. Max amount's going to be $600,000, which sounds like a lot, but right now in this current environment, it doesn't go quite as far as you think. There's a couple different types of farm ownership type deals. You have just straight direct farm ownership through FSA. So you come to us, apply through us, and we loan you the money. There's what's called beginning farmer down payment loan, where we finance 45% of it, your bank finances 50%, and then you throw in 5% as a down payment on the loan. Our 45% on that type deal is going to be a 1.5% fixed out over 20 years. And then the bank's is going to be on their rates and terms. And then you have joint financing, which is 50-50 between us and the bank. Our 50%, I believe, is going to be at 3% right now as a rate on those. It's gone up a little bit since interest has kind of gone. And then the bank's is going to be at their 50% is going to be at their rates and terms. But on that type deal, we can go out to 40 years. As far as eligibility for those, same requirements as for an OL. The main difference is going to be you have to have been involved in the management of the operations of a farm for at least 3 out of the prior 10 years. What does that mean? It kind of depends case by case. So used to be we would determine management experience just by looking at Schedule F. If you filed a Schedule F 3 out of the past 10 years. Kind of looking more deeper into that, that's obviously not always feasible with some people. Some individuals are helping manage dad's operation. Some people are having a significant management stake in a former boss's operation. They've helped in the marketing, that kind of thing. So if you can document that type of experience, we can utilize that as your management experience. We can supplement some of those years. So if you had like a 4-year ag degree from Kentucky State, then we can supplement that for a year. If you successfully repaid a youth loan, we can supplement that for a year. If you successfully had business management experience, so you're a manager of a local business, we could supplement that for a year. If you had military leadership experience, we can supplement that for a year. So there are different ways we can supplement that experience. We still want to make sure that you have some kind of farm experience before you buy it, but we're not as rigid on that as we used to be. So. Okay, direct microloans. So we can do a direct microloan for FO or OL purposes. We don't see as many FO purpose microloans just because there's not a lot you can buy for $50,000. So essentially there's a $50,000 cap on microloans. It's kind of for smaller producers trying to get into farming. Most of what we see is annual operating type loans or like term cap or term type deals. The rate on those right now, it's going to be the FOL rate or the microloan rate. So another advantage to being a socially disadvantaged or beginning farmer is you qualify for the microloan rate. Essentially what that is if we were to go like spike to 6% or something next year, you'd always be eligible for that 5% rate, which right now it's the first time since I've been working with FSA actually that 5%'s been in place. So that should kind of tell you something a little bit there. Eligibility, we're not as strict on the managerial experience, especially on the OL type microloans. You know, if you're just getting started, as long as we can kind of show that you're working with somebody, you're talking to your local extension agent or taking certain courses, we can kind of work with you a little bit on getting those type loans. Okay. Emergency loans. So these essentially are if it's a qualifying loss for a natural disaster. So if the governor or the president or FSA's administrator essentially declares a natural disaster in a county or the contiguous counties, you essentially are eligible for what's called an emergency loan. And kind of examples of that are like a drought or flood, tornadoes, especially in Western Kentucky. We had some of these in Mayfield, in that area, when that tornado came through. Essentially use it to restore, replace property, production costs, reorganize the farm. So if like a tornado blew down your barn, you could utilize the funds to do that. Maximum loan amount is $500,000 or 100% of the actual loss. So if the loss was like $1 million, the loan amount would have to be capped at 500. Term is going to be 1 to 7 on non-real estate, so chattel purchases, annual operating type purchases, that kind of thing. It's going to be 1 to 7, and of course up to 40 on like real estate. So if you've got a barn blew down or a house blew down or something like that, we could go up to 40 years on something like that. Okay. Youth loans. So these are essentially loans made to like 4-H and FFA members. It also kind of gives us some room in our regs to lend out to like tribal organization, that kind of thing. But essentially this is to finance an agriculture related project, get kids started farming essentially. Most of what I've seen on youth loans, it's been like cattle purchases, so purchase cows to run with dad's herds. They've tagged the cows differently and we kind of kept up with them that way. I've seen purchase a trailer to haul goats with, or we had several in Grayson County actually that we did a loan for hydroponic strawberries. We did annual operating expenses on those. So these are essentially capped at $5,000. It's the kid's loan. It's not the parent's loan. So the child is the one signing the note. The child is the one signing the security agreement. They're the ones working with us. We're going to be, it's a good educational tool, I guess, for kids, especially if they're interested in farming or wanting to kind of understand farming and how it works. It kind of gives you a good foundation of, well, this is how I pay for expenses, and it kind of gives them a little bit of insight on like budgeting and that type of thing. As far as security, we're going to take the item we're buying or producing with a loan fund. So if it's cattle, we're going to take cattle. If it's the hydroponic strawberries, we're going to take crops. So the rate on those is going to be our direct OL rate, which is 5 1/8, I think is what I saw just then. You have to be between 10 and 21 years old, and you have to be a member of FFA or 4-H. Your advisor has to sign off on the application saying that, hey, I'm going to work with with your child on this project. I'm going to help guide them. The parent has to sign off on the application saying, hey, I'm going to help with them with this. I'm going to make sure that everything is done the way it's supposed to be done. Okay. Socially disadvantaged. So socially disadvantaged is defined by law. It's laid out in our regulations. Essentially, it is anyone who is a part of a minority group, so African American, Native American, Hispanic, Asian, any of those type groups. Female farmers also fall into the socially disadvantaged farmer group. So like I said, the advantage you have being socially disadvantaged is you get a pull from a pot of money that does not run out quite as quick. So, beginning farmers. So, the confusing thing about FSA is there's two different types of beginning farmers. So, the beginning farmer for a direct operating loan is not always going to be the same as a beginning farmer for a direct farm ownership loan. And what I mean by that is direct farm operating is going to be farming less than 10 years is going to be considered a beginning farmer. For farm ownership loan, farming less than 10 years and owns less than 30% of the average farm size in that county. So if you've been farming less than 10 years, but you own 100 acres and the average farm size in that county is 120 acres, you're going to be considered a regular farmer by FO standards. By OL standards, since you've been farming less than 10 years, you're still considered a beginning farmer, which kind of gets a lot of people confused and gets a little bit in the weeds, but that's essentially how our regs are written up, and that's kind of how that guideline works. So it kind of goes through there, not operated farm for 10 years. They meet the eligibility requirements, which that's a given. They have to substantially participate in the operation again. That's another, on that owner-operator type deal. They have to give a substantial amount of the labor. They have to give a substantial amount of the day-to-day management of the operation. That doesn't mean dad can't help you out along the way, or if you needed to hire somebody to help get the crop in or whatever, that doesn't mean that you can't do that. It just means that you had to be substantially involved in the operation. You can't just purchase a piece of ground and just rent it all out, or purchase property and just essentially hire somebody to do all the work for you. So we want to make sure that you are directly involved in the operation. And again, it talks about does not own a farm that's greater than 30% of the average size farm in that county. So, guarantee loans. Different types of these. There's lines of credit, operating loans, farm ownership type loans. Max amount on total guarantees for fiscal year, that says 2022, it actually should be 2023, is $2,637,000. Our lines of credit, essentially they can be 1 to 5 years depending on the lender. We're seeing less than 5 years just because of difficulty kind of turning those and kind of having stale money out there for so long. But we can do anywhere from 1 to 5 years. Security in those is going to be crops, livestock, equipment, real estate, and then the rate's going to be determined by the lender. Now there's some restrictions on those, of course, through our regulations. We kind of set forth they can't be over a certain percentage of the treasury bill rate. Eligibility is going to be kind of the same, but it's going to be kind of determined by your lender, depending on what type of lender it is. But you're going to have to be credit worthy by their standards. You're going to have adequate managerial experience. It says test for credit in there. Essentially what the test for credit is they have to essentially say, we wouldn't do this loan if you all weren't guaranteeing it. On direct side, that's a little bit different. We had to meet the test for credits in that we had to show that the borrower cannot meet commercial standards in a couple of different categories, whether it be cash flow, equity, lack of down payment, that type of thing. They have to be the owner operator, which we've talked about that. They have to be the one managing the operation. Guaranteed operating, that's going to be purchase equipment, purchase foundation livestock, so your breeding stock, cows, bulls, that type of thing. Minor farm capital improvements, so barn repairs, stuff like that. A refinanced farm-related debt, so going back, refinancing something, terming out, help improve cash flow. And that's one thing I didn't mention on the farm ownership type deal. A lot of people see our interest rate and say, oh, well, I'll take my farm loan over there. That's not necessarily that easy. Way our guidelines read, we are not allowed to do refinances on farm ownership direct loans. Essentially, what we can do is we had to have what's called a purchase contract in hand at the time of application, so we had to have something from you and the landowner saying that I'm purchasing this farm for this amount of money. These are the terms of it. The transaction is supposed to be completed by this date, which is why we can't do auctions as well on our farm ownership deals. So it's generally going to be a between you and the farmer type loan. So I didn't mention that earlier, and I had a note to myself to say that, but I completely forgot, so sorry. Security on the guaranteed operating is going to be your chattels and real estate, so we can secure by real estate, we can secure by chattels. Rate's going to be whatever the lender says, and again, eligibility is going to be your creditworthiness, managerial, test for credit, that kind of thing. Okay, and then guaranteed farm ownership. So again, purchase real estate, make major capital farm improvements. Most of these we see nowadays are going to generally be, especially in the kind of western part of the state, are going to be like our poultry type operations, a little higher risk type operations. Term can be up to 40 years, depending upon need and security life. So lender kind of determines that. Security is going to be real estate. Rate's going to be whatever the lender charges. So, okay. Applications. So you can pick up an application at any of the FSA offices. I would encourage you, if you're interested in applying, going to our website, seeing where your local loan office is, and then kind of calling ahead, talking to the person, saying, hey, here's what I want to do, what do you think? Or kind of letting them help you along, kind of figure out how should we plan this out, how should we do this, what's the typical kind of practice in that area. All the forms are available on the internet. Our application, if any of you have worked with us before, have known that our application's about that thick, it seems like. We're working on streamlining that. We're working on making it to where you can fill it out online as well. So that should be coming around the corner as well. But the application, I think, with this new improvement will go from like 30 or 40 some odd pages to like 15, 10 pages, somewhere around there. So hopefully we get that out soon. It has a note down there, you cannot be denied an application. So if you ask for an application, they have to give you one. If they do deny you one, call me, because then they're going to be in a little bit of trouble with some federal laws there. That's just kind of an outline of where our service centers are. Franklin County does not have an FSA center, but our loan office is actually the Shelby County office. I believe you all are covered by Woodford County. But like I said, all our loan offices are kind of regionally based. Where I was at in Washington County, actually, we cover Nelson, Washington, Mercer, Marion, LaRue, and Taylor counties. So we cover all different counties. If you were in Franklin County and your service center was Shelby, for example, and you wanted to put an application in, I don't think the staff over there at all would have a problem with meeting you at your farm or local business here or something and just going over that if it was convenient for you. So, all right. Any questions?
If you have a question, wait for the microphone, please.
Is there a limit to the number of loans someone can get or concurrent loans?
Okay. So the way we are structured, Congress has set out what is called term limits on our loans. So there's no limit on concurrent loans you can get. So you can take out 100 loans with us. But what we have is term limits on the number of years you can receive those loans. So currently our term limit on operating type loans is going to be 7 years. So you can take out an operating, that doesn't mean you can only get 7 operating loans. That means you can only get an operating loan in 7 separate years. So if you took out a loan for, say, purchasing a tractor and buying a combine, that's going to be your first year. And say you waited 10 years down the road and you say, well, I need to buy a planter now. That's going to be your second year. So that's kind of how our term limits work. After you hit those 7 years, you can file for an extension for 2 years, and that essentially extends it to 9 years. But yeah, there are limits on those. Farm ownership type loans, there is a 10-year limit. So after we close on that first farm ownership loan, say it's $200,000, and that starts your clock of 10 years. So if another farm next to it comes up for sale for $200,000 within 5 years, you're still within your window. If it comes up for sale within 15 years, you're outside your window, and you'll have to seek other sources like a guarantee type loan or something like that. Does that make sense? It's really confusing concept. It's really hard to grasp, especially when you first start, but that's about the easiest way I know how to explain it. All right. Okay. I think he gets a question. You can just yell at me.
Okay, what do you think about the interest rates? I've seen on a lot of things lately that people have bought stuff 2 years ago, and now they've raised the prices at least $100,000. So what do you think about the appraisal rates on lands in Kentucky right now? Or what are your thoughts on that? How's it related?
As far as, so where I think appraisal, like land prices are going to go based on the interest rate.
The fact that they've jumped up so much in a year that's like unrealistic. Why are people asking $100,000 more for land that they bought 2 years ago?
Traditionally how it works is the market kind of adjusts itself. So we kind of work concurrently with the interest rates. And generally what you see with land prices is they kind of steadily go down as interest rates go up. It kind of works together. Right now we're still kind of in a weird market where the interest rates are going up, but the land prices are still going up. But the market, if you've noticed, has kind of cooled down. So we see properties not turning quite as quick because it's starting to kind of correct itself and people are having their properties priced a little bit too high. Now, do I think it's going to adjust dramatically to where it was levels back like 2008? I don't think so. It'll probably still remain high, and the interest will probably eventually go down a little bit, especially kind of going towards 2024. But I think the values will adjust a little bit, especially if we maintain these interest rates at this current level. Anybody else? All right. I appreciate y'all having me.
Well, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Let's give him a round of applause. Again, we want to thank you for that valuable information. So our next speaker is going to be Mr. Barry Turner with Rural Development Home Loan Programs. So let's welcome Mr. Turner.
I've came to speak to you today about USDA rural development and our home loan programs. At one point in time in my career, I'm not as young as my predecessor is, so I've been around long enough that I was part of USDA when we did the farm loans, the home loans, the business loans, the multifamily housing loans. We were it. We did them all. I've done every program that we've had. Of course, then at one point in time, things split off. FSA went and joined up or made their own organization. And then rural development was left with housing and programs related to that. We have several programs that I was going to speak with you about. We have a 502 guaranteed home loan program. That's a program to help low and moderate income families to buy homes. Basically, it's a program that's approved for lenders to make 100% finance loans, no money down mortgage loans. They're backed by USDA like the guarantee program with FSA with a 90% guarantee. So it's kind of a no-lose situation with the lender. The upfront lender, if they service their property correctly, then it's kind of a no-lose situation. It's enticement for them to do 100% financing. The housing loans that we do through that program, of course, they have to occupy that. That has to be their primary housing. They have to be a U.S. citizen, U.S. non-citizen, national or qualified alien as defined by public law. They have to be unable to get conventional financing with no private mortgage insurance or PMI insurance. And they have to be not suspended or debarred from participation in federal programs, can't be debarred from doing business with the government. Basically, like I said, we have numerous counties that the guarantee program can be utilized in, but we do have some that are over the population guidelines, such as you get into Lexington, Louisville, Bowling Green. Some of those areas, we do have areas that are ineligible and we can't finance in them. Like I said, there's no down payment or reserves required. Credit on the guaranteed program, and I can't talk a lot about it because it's really worked by another set of people. We refer them to them, but there's no set credit score requirements, but the applicant has to demonstrate a willingness to repay and ability to repay their debts. Their monthly housing payment cannot exceed 29% of their gross monthly income, and the total of all their debts cannot exceed 41% of their total gross income. Sellers can make contributions toward the price of the home. They can pay 6% toward closing costs and prepaids. And then there's no limit on the amount of gift funds applicant use to go toward this type loan. Interest rates on those loans, the guaranteed loans, are set by the lender, and the government, just like I said, provides them a 90% guarantee. The 502 Direct program is a program that I work directly with now. I am actually the Single Family Housing Field Director for Southeastern Kentucky. We make a 33-year loan. The 502 is to help buy or build a home. It's a 33-year term loan, can go to 38 years. Interest rate right now is 4.25%. That's locked in at the time you get the loan, and it never changes. Those loans also can receive subsidy from the government, and that's assistance to help make the home affordable to that borrower. In other words, the government may reduce the interest rate that a borrower pays to. They may make a payment at 1%. The government will pay the other 3.25% as a subsidy. If that borrower ever decides to sell that home, they can be asked at that time to pay back a percentage of that subsidy. It's never all of it, unless they receive very little of it, it could be, but most of the time it's never all of it. And the longer you own or have the loan, the less that percentage is each year. So the amount of subsidy they get back is not that bad. Basically, on that program, you have to be without decent, safe, sanitary housing. You've got to be unable to obtain a loan through other reasonable sources on terms that you can reasonably expect to pay. You have to agree to occupy the property as your primary residence. You have to have the legal capacity to incur a loan or obligation, meet the citizenship and eligibility of non-citizen requirements. And again, you can't be suspended or barred from doing business with the government. Basically, like I said, the home has to be modest in size for the area, although we really don't have a size requirement right now. We were at one point restricted to 2,000 square feet. They have done away with that restriction, so we can go above that as long as it's not, you're out here trying to buy 4,000 square feet of home or something that's, totally out of question. It must not have a market value in excess of the applicable loan limit for the area. And right now, in the state of Kentucky, that's about 360-some thousand. So I don't see that normally as being an issue. And the home has to not be designed with any income-producing areas. You can't do business from your home. You can't run a daycare. You can't sell items from part of it or something like that. The eligibility for the areas, I've got some information over here. I have a list of our office areas and their telephone numbers depending on what county you live in. And then you can talk to them about income limits because it is limited to low and very low income families. And those are kind of different for different areas. So that's why I tell you to call the office and they can talk with you more about income limits depending on where you're looking at to buy a home. Our maximum loan amount is like I said, 363.7, I think is what it is right now. What we do is take the applicant's income and then we calculate what we see your maximum loan amount to be, and that's when you go out, you get a certificate of eligibility from us, and it tells you that maximum loan amount, and that's when you go out and shop for a home that fits within those guidelines. Like I said, we can buy existing homes, and we can even loan the money to repair those homes or bring them up to certain standards, or you can build a home, start from scratch. In my area of the country, we deal with a lot of nonprofit organizations that we deal with that do construction type loans. They have some financing that they kick into it. A lot of times it'll be first mortgage forgivable loans that they forgive like over a 10-year period of time. You may get $40,000 toward a home. They forgive 1/10 of it each year after 10 years. Their money's been forgiven. You're just dealing with us and our repayment. So it helps make a home, very affordable. We do have a 504 repair loan and grant program. That's for very low income families to help repair existing home that they already own. They have to own the property and the land that sets on. In other words, we have a lot of calls, people want to repair trailers that's on rented lots. We can't do that. They have to own the property plus the home. And we have a loan, it's a 1% interest rate loan, 20-year maximum term. If we keep the loan less than $7,500, it's a note only. Once it goes above that, we require a mortgage. We can make a loan of up to $40,000 to repair a home at a 1% interest rate. So you can see the payments about $192 a month to do something like that. We also have a grant program. Our maximum grant is $10,000. You have to be 62 years of age or over to get a grant. The grant basically has to be used to remove health and safety hazards. We've got a roof that's bad, that's leaking terribly. We can do a grant to do stuff like that for those 62 and over. they don't have a good, decent heating and cooling, their windows are bad, floors are rotted out, bathroom repairs, septic systems. We can do any number of things that'll fall under the grant program, and that also falls under the loan program. If they don't qualify for a grant, we can do all those type repairs to a home. Pardon? $10,000 is the maximum grant limit right now. We'd love to get it higher than that. We just have got it raised by the national office to $10,000. It was $7,500, but you all know if you're putting a roof on a home nowadays, $7,500 probably wouldn't do it in a lot of situations. $10,000 comes a lot closer. We also have a self-help housing program. The self-help housing program is utilized by basically a nonprofit organization. We would loan money to them, and then they in turn assist families in building homes. And what they do, the families assist in the actual construction of that home, and they get sweat equity from that, and that builds in automatic, they've got value in their home that they put into it themselves. We have a site loan program where we can assist agencies to buy property, to sell to families, to build homes on. We have a housing preservation grant program that's made to these nonprofit entities that they can turn around and assist very low-income families in repairing their homes. A lot of times we may even work with them. We may work with them with what grant we can get. If we can get an HPG grant from a certain nonprofit, they may put that toward a project, and our loan funds also. So sometimes, we may have 2 or 3 different sources of funding in it. Let me move myself on here. Basically, our headquarters in D.C., we're located in 47 states. All states are covered by rural development, but 47 of them have actual or considered offices. This is just a map showing the various areas in Kentucky. And like I said, I cover the green, the blue, the orange, the purple, and the yellow areas, basically the ones I'm over the employees for those areas. But we have offices in several different areas. We used to have one in about every county in the state, and of course, as times evolved, closing of offices, trying to save money and stuff, so we're down to the number you see on that map. We do have a website that you can go into. The information on that is up here, and it's a website that you can go in and you can plug in information to find out about your eligibility, your income, your information like that. You can find out if the property's in an eligible rural area. Like we get into Madison County, into Richmond, there's some dividing lines. So you may be, part of Richmond is in the area, the Berea area is all eligible, but in Richmond, you have to check those areas to make sure that's considered a rural area. And like I said, you can go in and kind of see what it says that you might qualify for as far as a loan is concerned. Like I said, here's some more information on the guaranteed program. No down payment, loans up to 100% of value, no maximum purchase price, up to a 90% loan guarantee. The typical term on those is 30 years. Fixed interest rate, and that's set by the lender. On the direct program, it's set through the government. Applicants must have adjusted household income and a moderate by the area. And of course, the home must be an eligible rural area. Here's again the direct. It's a fixed interest rate with subsidy down to as low as 1%. Like I said, our rate right now is 4.25%, but I do know next month, February 1, it's dropping to 4%. So anybody gets a loan after that will go to 4%. Extended payback from 33 to 38 years, no down payment, loans up to 100% of value of the home. You have to have an adjusted income that must meet low or very low income eligibility. Must meet the property requirements, and the home must be an eligible rural area, which we've talked about before. The rehab grants is to assist very low-income homeowners with a loan to repair, improve, or modernize a home. Loans less than $7,500 are secured by note only, as I told you before. 1% loan, 20-year term. Maximum loan amount is $40,000. The grant program is one-time grants to individuals 62 and over. Very low-income homeowners remove health and safety hazards. Maximum grant right now, like I said, is $10,000. And there's an example of a roof that we did on a home. The self-help grant recipient supervises very low and low-income individuals and families to construct and repair their homes. Purchase price of the home is reduced by the owner's labor, known as sweat equity. Building cost of a home typically covered by the 502 program. Site loans are made to acquire and develop sites for low and moderate income families. Loan applicant may be private or public, nonprofit organization, or a federally recognized Indian tribe. Benefits the lower cost of construction, working with one lender that is invested in the success of the project. The rehab preservation grants for the repair and rehab of housing occupied by low and very low income people. Project must be an eligible rural area. Applications are accepted on an annual basis through a notice of availability in the Federal Register, what they call a NOFA, and that's where the nonprofits apply for those and get their funding. Do I have any questions out there? I know I've went through this pretty quick.
Okay. I was wondering for the 502 guaranteed loan for like buying a home, would that also cover like making any like fixing it up at all that needs to be?
It does. That's included in it. You can borrow money to buy the home and also to do, to borrow additional funds to bring it up to certain standards or repair certain items that are not functioning properly.
My question is on the 504 repair loan.
Uh-huh.
In order to get that loan, do you all come out and evaluate the property? Do you all come out and see what I need to be done before I get that loan?
What we do basically is we leave that up to the borrower to get a contractor. They provide us with bids or estimates on what they say it's going to take to fix that home. It used to be, before COVID, that yes, we went out and made a visit, inspected every home, did our appraisal on the value, but since COVID, it has changed everything. And we're having to learn to do things differently, and right now we rely on those contractors to do a good job as far as telling us what needs to be done to that home. As far as value of them, we use property valuation administrators' assessment of the home as far as value, or we go into, so there's some websites that we can go in and it will give us estimates on home values. But the only thing, like I said, COVID has changed a lot of things for us, so a lot of it is done by other individuals now. And some of the agencies, if you work with nonprofits, a lot of those now will have inspectors of their own, or they'll hire inspectors to come inspect the work and do the estimates. So,
Okay, one more question.
yeah.
What happens, say if I borrowed, I'm gonna use myself as an example. What happens if I borrowed a $20,000 repair loan and I get in a bind and can't pay that loan back? What happens?
Basically, it depends on the situation. We're going to look at it with you to try to either put you on a moratorium. If it's a temporary situation, it looks like you're going to be able to work yourself back out of it, or you're going to, maybe employment stopped and you're going to be able to get new employment. We can hold payments and then start back up after the loan is done. Of course, you know, if you don't pay, there's always, if we can't work anything else out, then there's always the foreclosure route. But on the 504 repair loans, a lot of those, it depends. It may be a situation where the government would not do that, but I can't guarantee that. I don't make that decision.
So any of those loans that's presented to us today, when you do these loans, are or is there a collateral required?
Oh, yes. Like I said, on the ones I told you before, on the 504s, if it goes above $7,500, then we have to take a mortgage. That's the only requirement we'd have. Or if it's a mobile home, we may have to take a lien on the mobile home also. But anything, and on the purchase programs, those are all mortgage required, yes.
So my next question, I got to back up then. If I can't pay that, if I can't pay those loans back, you also have a mortgage. You also have that lien on my home.
Yes.
So if I can't pay it back, you're going to. So what happens? But you still.
Well, like I said, unless we can work out some alternate way to get it paid back, then you know it's left up to the servicing agency. And see, I don't work for them. Those are handled out of St. Louis, Missouri, and it's up to them what they decide to do. Either they're going to pursue foreclosure or they're going to write it off and it'd just be over with. It's just their decision. I know I finished too quickly. We were told to try to stretch this out, but I'm sorry.
Do those loans have to be on the farm, or?
That's what's different between FSA and rural development. We're just looking at house and lots. We're not looking at farms. If it's a home, we can build a home on a farm, but we may have to pull that particular piece of property away and mortgage it separately from the farm. But we can build you a home. If your only income is a farm, we can try to assist you also on building a home or repairing the home that's on the farm. Like I said, I do have some handouts over here on the table. It's got the office locations. I have handouts on the three, on the guaranteed home program, the regular home program, the repair home loan program. If any of y'all want any information, I'll leave them over here on this table, or I'll pass them out here in a minute if you want one. And we appreciate the opportunity to talk with you.
Again, thank you, Mr. Turner, for that valuable information. We're a little ahead of schedule, so we're going to go ahead and have our next speaker that we're going to have after lunch. We're glad to have Mr. Nate Colten with Kentucky State University. He's going to speak with us about native warm season grasses and productive pastures and wild pleasures. So at this time, let's welcome Mr. Colten.
All right. Thanks, Edwin. Well, it's kind of fun to hear that title said out loud. I thought it was being a little sensational, I guess, when I came up with that title. But yeah, I'm Nat Colten. I work at KSU, as Edwin said. My title is let's see, I see it here, but not on the. There it is. I recently transitioned into an extension mostly extension position with the land grant program as the community sustainability coordinator in Franklin County. And so that covers, sustainability can cover a lot of different things, but in my mind it's using resources, natural resources sustainably. How do we manage land sustainably, but as well as energy and how that translates to homeowners and farm owners in both urban and rural areas. Still trying to get settled in that position, but much like a lot of small businesses where most of my experience is, I'm learning that it can be real easy to get more business than you can handle. So I'm trying to better define the projects I'm working on. One of the projects I'm working on is this native warm season grass in Pastures, and it's something that previously had a little experience with UK forage extension. And so this project started as a need for a demonstration site in this area in particular with the University of Kentucky Forage Extension Group, Dr. Ray Smith, and the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife. And so our objective is to have this demonstration site that's 10 acres that you may have seen coming in, all the dead tall grass out there, and graze cattle on it, collect weight gain data, and just tell that story as an example and be able to answer questions for farmers and landowners. And I'll go back to this later if you want to have my contact information or anything like that. This is the first time I've given this presentation, but bear with me. I'm broadly going to cover the history of grasslands in Kentucky and the Southeast, and then talk about how that's changed, and some challenges, and talk about some opportunities and where native warm season grasses fit into our landscape today. And then I'll give you some anecdotes about my experiences here and anecdotes from other folks that are utilizing this tool. So historically, there were grasslands pre-European settlement in the United States. There were grasslands throughout the Southeast, and actually grasslands are some of the most biodiverse ecosystems that exist. We often look at landscapes that are covered in grass and just see grasses and think that it's maybe not as diverse as a forest, but actually there's oftentimes more diversity in grasslands, and even in our pastures the way they are today, there's a lot more diversity than we might think. And that diversity is good for the ecosystem because it provides habitat for different animals, it provides food for different animals, as well as plants. There's lots of different ecological niches, we say. There's space for different organisms to exist in there. And so these are examples of the different types of grasslands that existed in the Southeast alone. There are actually a greater diversity of grassland types in the Southeast than in the Great Plains or the Midwest. And usually we think of grasslands as being confined to the Corn Belt and the Midwest, but really we have a greater diversity of grassland types in this part of the country. They just don't always look like what we think of as grasslands. But that diversity of grasslands and the existence of grasslands in this area has declined since pre-colonial times by over 90%. So what is a grassland? A grassland, well, and this is a map. I think this map's really helpful. All the green on the map in the bottom right are estimates of geographical distribution of grasslands in the southeastern United States. And so what is a grassland? A grassland is a grass-dominant land area that we think about succession, where typically plants continue to grow until there's an area covered by trees. Well, grasslands are typically maintained in that early succession stage, as we talk about it, by some sort of disturbance, whether that's fire or grazing. In this part of the country, there were historically bison that kept areas in this state, but also fire from lightning strikes. The southeast, there's some studies that show historical prevalence of lightning strikes and fires, and I'm not exactly sure how they estimate that. I think from probably carbon in the soil, but lightning was a big contributing factor to starting fires in the southeast, but also indigenous people that lived in this part of the country were using it as a management strategy because this was a really important grazing land, hunting land for bison pre-settlement. Other factors that can maintain grasslands are edaphic features, so things like the soil, maybe they're not, if there's only an inch of soil on top of the bedrock, or maybe no soil at all, we'll see some pictures of that. It just can't support trees or very few woody species. And so these are some examples from Kentucky and surrounding areas. This is a state nature preserve in Lewis County, Kentucky, that's northeast of here. It's a really, really nice example of an intact grassland. I still haven't been out there yet, but as you can see, that's pretty typical of what a grassland would look like if, well, again, it's reliant, in this case, it's reliant on some disturbance to maintain that state. And there's another example here. This is in the Green River area of Hopkins County, Kentucky. This is a little different because it's more of a woodland habitat, but still grass dominant throughout. And historically, you would have grazing ungulates like bison running through there and maintaining that structure. This is a good example when I'm talking about edaphic features that the soil and geologic factors that keep something at a certain stage of ecological succession. This is a really good example in the outer bluegrass. And in this area, it's relatively normal, I guess. That might be familiar to some folks, and essentially a lot of these areas can't support mature forests, and so you have scattered grasses and things like that. This is a picture of the Bluegrass Army Depot from a prescribed fire that I helped with last year. This is not representative of most grasslands because it is densely populated with Indian grass in this case for the purpose of producing seed for roundstone native seed in Hart County. But these areas are also getting grazed. They've been doing grazing demonstrations and research. The partnership with the University of Tennessee in Knoxville, as well as our forage extension specialists at UK, have been involved with that some at the Army Depot for a decade or more now, and they're getting some really good data off that site. And the Fish and Wildlife folks have had a lot of good experience both managing the land with fire and for bobwhite quail, which I'll talk about more here in a minute, but also how to manage that land for cattle and get relatively good weight gain. These are two more examples. The Cumberland Plateau grassland. The Cumberland Plateau extends partially into Kentucky, and on the right is something that might look familiar to some of you if you've gone down around Cumberland River. Again, another way that grasslands can be maintained is from these more natural disturbances, and in this case it's periodic flooding. And so in these, they call them a river scour, but it's a form of a floodplain, I guess. It's just real rocky cobbles and things from the river. And you'll see a lot of big blue stem and some of these grasses that I'm partial to because they have some potential for forage resource for livestock, but also sparse numbers of trees and shrubs will be in there as well. So fast forward to our more recent history of grass-dominant landscapes, and I use that phrasing because the folks that are the ecologists and the botanists that are really into grassland ecology make a point to remind me that a field of big blue stem or a pasture is not a grassland, but it is land that's covered in grass. So we won't get into that too much. I kind of put that up there facetiously, but as Europeans started colonizing the United States, they brought with them different grass species for different purposes and lots of other plants. And that resulted in naturalization, and then that led to breeding efforts. And so now what we see today is shorter growing, clumpy, or less bunchy, sod-forming grasses are the typical grasses that we see in the Southeast in particular. Most of them are cool season grasses, and it's really helpful to think about grasses as being warm season or cool season, in my opinion, because we can think about when they grow and when they're dormant or semi-dormant. Let me look at my notes. I've got some more notes about this. Yeah, and so if we think about, I think it's kind of intuitive why these grasses were brought over, and we see the way cool season, most of these grasses are brought from Eurasia, Eastern Europe and Western Asia. And they're really helpful. They're really good tools for a lot of reasons. They can handle a lot of disturbance, and that's why we see them in lawns, because we can run around there with our kids and our family members and not make a bunch of mud. It's really good for livestock for the same reason. And they also produce a lot of valuable forage in the fall and even in the winter some and in the spring with high nutritional quality. But the downside is that that growth tapers off in the summer. In a 2005 study by NASA, they identified over 40 million acres of turf grasses in the United States. So I don't have a graphical representation of that, but if we think about the image that I showed earlier with the distribution of these historic grasslands in the southeastern United States, well, now there's millions and millions of acres of turf grasses, lower growing grasses, and so then that has effects on the wildlife and the ecology. One grass in particular that has been very prolific in this area is tall fescue, and the estimates of tall fescue are probably still around this number, but in 2015 it was estimated 35 million acres of tall fescue alone in just the temperate humid region. And so that's more or less the southeast as well. There's a lot of land with fescue, and if you look out at any given lawn or pasture, I've had people swear to me doing pasture evaluations on horse farms in the bluegrass region that they didn't have much fescue in their pastures, but it really is very, very prevalent. And that's a really good thing. That's part of the reason it was brought here, and that's part of the reason it's been bred, and we continue to breed it because it's very valuable as a forage resource and as an erosion control resource. But it does have some drawbacks. And I'll start with the ecological drawbacks because that's kind of where we started with the history. Bobwhite quail is one of the more popular concerns that are talked about in Kentucky and in the Southeast because the bobwhite quail populations have declined so significantly over the years. They're not a threatened species, but the Department of Fish and Wildlife considers them very important, and native warm season grasses and implementing more native warm season grasses on private lands in particular is a big part of their quail restoration plan for the state. And that's because bobwhite quail need that space. If you think about the way most of our grasses grow, it's very uniform. We like to maintain it uniformly, especially if we're trying to prevent too much impact to the soil resources. But then you think about the way these grow, and if you're not familiar with native warm season grasses, most of them are bunch grasses. They're not all warm season grasses, but most of the native grasses that are useful for forage production are warm season grasses. And most of those are bunch grasses like this big blue stem here. And so they grow in big clumps. They grow real tall. And if you can imagine, and we can walk out there later, or you can see the field on your way out, you can see there's a lot of space below them. And so you've got a clump here, and then you've got a clump here, and there's all this space in between. And bobwhite quail and other critters like that rely on that space to get around. They rely on that space to nest and to reproduce and to provide cover from birds of prey in particular and other wildlife that might eat them. Another example of how loss of these grasses has impacted wildlife negatively is Short's goldenrod is an endangered species in Kentucky. Its geographic distribution has declined to like a 3-county area in Kentucky. There's one place in Indiana, I think, where it exists. It's not only impacted by a loss of habitat, but also a loss of the disturbance or the management regime that helps maintain that. Some plants like Short's goldenrod are more heavily dependent on fire to be maintained, so I don't want to make this out to seem as though all of these problems are caused by grasses from Europe and Asia, because they're not. Nothing's that simple. The monarch butterfly is another example that's dependent on open spaces with wildflowers. Milkweed's its host plant, and most of you are probably familiar with monarchs because it's a hot topic. It's a pretty organism that everybody loves to care about, but it's also endangered. And it's dependent on open grassland type habitat with plants like milkweed to lay its larvae on and to feed on so that it can make its way to Mexico and other places and back over several generations. So there are also some agricultural production challenges with the dominant cool season grasses that we see in pastures today. And paramount among those is tall fescue toxicosis, and some of you might be familiar with that because of its impacts on cattle, but actually the reason a lot of that understanding came to be was because of the impacts that it had on the horse industry a decade or so ago. And there were horse farms that were losing foals and having pregnancy complications. Mares were not producing enough milk for their foals, and foals were dying. The placenta can get thickened from the fescue toxicity. Sometimes the foals are underweight. Just a variety of issues. And all of these issues, and the same with cattle and other ruminants like sheep and goats, although there's not a lot of data on sheep and goats. The problem is not necessarily with the tall fescue. It's from a fungus that we call an endophyte. And endophyte just means that it likes being inside of something. It likes being inside of a plant, in this case tall fescue. There's a fungus that lives inside of it, and it produces these compounds called ergovalines that then cause vascular constriction in ruminant animals in particular. And that prevents blood flow, particularly to the extremities. And so we see fescue foot in the wintertime more so, and decreased weight gain in the summer. And it's a big problem, and I think an underdocumented problem oftentimes, because it's hard to know there are a lot of things that can cause health issues in any organism, and those issues can compound one another. But this is a pretty astounding estimate of the cost to cattle producers alone in the United States, $1 billion a year. But another more simple problem is just the decrease in forage productivity in the summer, because most of our grasses are cool season species. And I really like looking at these growth distribution charts, because we can see where the bulk of our yield comes from during the year. These are at different latitudes. Kentucky's somewhere in between this, I think that's 45 and 33 degrees north. And we can see how complementary native warm season grasses are to cool season grasses by these growth distribution curves. This is native warm season grasses. I forget I've got oh yeah, that's nice. This one here is the native warm season grasses. They're mostly grown in the summer months, as you can imagine. And then here we see a typical growth curve of, say, tall fescue or orchard grass or something like that. And then winter annuals as well, but they're even better at growing in the cooler months. And so the further south you get, the more complementary they are. But we're really in a pretty good sweet spot to where native warm season grasses can be used as a way to distribute our forage resources more evenly throughout the year. It's also, in my opinion, a good way to kind of hedge your bets on the season because they grow better in the summer, and I won't get into the physiological details, partially because I don't remember all the physiological details. But more or less, the cool season grasses are dormant or semi-dormant in the summer, whereas these warm season grasses are growing really well. There are other ways to deal with that loss in productivity. Tall fescue in particular, one of the positive things about the endophyte that I was talking about being negative earlier is that it actually increases the water use efficiency of the tall fescue plant. It's kind of a symbiosis, and consequently the tall fescue grows better than most cool season grasses in the summer, and that's one of the reasons that people talk so much about stockpiling tall fescue during the summer, getting off of it because it's hotter or more toxic in the summer, and stockpiling that for the winter. And I'll mention real quick some additional complications with the endophyte and forage management in general is climate change and the expectation that things are generally going to become warmer in this part of the country, and then we will have more erratic rain events or less rain events. These are, just projections. We don't know these things for certain, but that's what is expected. And Dr. Rebecca McCauley at the University of Kentucky has done some really interesting research with tall fescue in particular, and has seen that as temperatures increase, the ergovaline, which is toxic to ruminant animals, increases in concentration as temperatures increase. And she's conducted this study both in Lexington at the Spindletop Farm as well as somewhere in Europe with one of her research partners by actually applying heat to different parts of the pasture in a controlled manner. And so we know that, and that's part of how management recommendations are given to producers, and we know that in the summer when it's dry and hot, fescue is more toxic, and so it's better to get off of it, or they may end up needing more water, but almost surely the weight gain is going to decrease if most of what they're eating is tall fescue. Another interesting tidbit, this is a little bit more new information, also put out by some researchers at the University of Kentucky, but with the agriculture research. Anyway, the USDA researchers there are finding that red clover is probably one of the cheapest and most effective ways to mitigate fescue toxicity because red clover has a compound in it that counteracts that vascular constriction. It's actually a vascular vasorelaxant, I think they call it. Biocanin A, I think, is the compound. So that's one of the easiest and cheapest ways to actually deal with that is seeding red clover in your pastures. Of course, you've got to consider other things like bloat, but it's also a good way to put nitrogen in your soils. So here are some of the benefits that have been documented for native warm season grasses. And again, native warm season grasses are not an end-all be-all solution to forage challenges in this part of the country. It's just one way that a landowner could potentially mitigate some of the challenges and receive some benefits. These are some of the benefits. The fact that it's complementary in growth, which is what I've talked about already. Really high hay yields in the summer, and conveniently hay is a lot easier to cut in the summer because that's when we've got less rain. And so the weather's more consistent. You can get really, really high hay yields. And the forage quality is admittedly not as good as most of the cool season grasses, but it ensiles really well. There have been several studies. Some of this research has taken place in Madison County. Weight gain in excess of 2 pounds a day on grasses like big bluestem and Indian grass. Little bluestem's another common one. Switchgrass, not quite as good a forage quality, but grows really well. And if we look at long-term costs, which has been done pretty, there have been several studies. None that have taken, none of these studies have taken place in Kentucky. But it's pretty well documented that native warm season grasses can actually be more economical over the longer term, and that time scale maybe differs from situation to situation, because you establish these grasses once and potentially never reseed again. Their nutrient requirements are lower, and then they also are able to grow more prolifically when it's hot outside because of the type of grass that they are, but also because they have such profound root systems that they can access water and nutrients deeper in the soil profile. And then something else that's becoming increasingly more common to talk about is the impacts on carbon sequestration, or the potential for carbon sequestration. And if we think about how to sequester carbon, farmers are already doing that all over the country. And there's a lot of talk about carbon credits and building soil. I don't want to get into that, and I'm not a big fan of the way we talk about building soil, or the way a lot of people are talking about building soil right now. We know that we can increase the organic matter content in soil by increasing the amount of plants that are grown there, or tightening those nutrient cycles. But if we really want to talk about sequestering carbon, we need to get it to where it can't be turned over, because carbon turns over more rapidly in the upper soil profile because there's more oxygen, because the soil might be disturbed, and most of it gets back to oxidation. But if we really want to preserve soil carbon, we need to put it deep where it can't be accessed. And so there's not much better way, in my opinion, to make carbon recalcitrant and more stable than putting it deep in the soil with plant roots. And then we can also reap the benefits of these grasses as a forage resource as well. And there's a big $30+ million grant coming out of the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, that Dr. Ray Smith at UK is partnering on, and we're going to work with them some on this, looking at the potential for carbon markets, specifically with native warm season grasses and in grazing lands throughout the Southeast. There's a bunch of partners on that project, but the idea is to look at how do we quantify these benefits and the amount of carbon being sequestered, and then how do we accurately account for that, and then compensate farmers, and then potentially develop cooperatives that market these carbon credits to multinational corporations or whoever it is that's interested in it. And that is a whole nother topic that I don't know a whole lot about, but there is a fella at UK who gave a talk at the Small Farms Conference that has been doing some presentations on carbon markets that are pretty valuable, I think. So what's the catch? It's not all peachy, because, and that's part of the reason I put wild pleasures on the title. I was being a little bit facetious, because these grasses are a lot harder to establish, and I'm not even going to talk about establishment procedures in this, because there's a lot to consider. But the long and the short of it is that these grasses are harder to establish than most cool season grasses that we're used to managing in pastures in particular, and in lawns. And a lot of that is because they have such profound root systems. They've got to invest resources in those roots, and that takes time. And typically it's 2 to 3 seasons before you can start grazing. In our pasture out here, we put the bull out on it the second year. We also grazed some goats on it, but I was real nervous about that. And there's documentation of that happening other places in the literature and anecdotally, but it's possible, but you run the risk of impacting the persistence of that stand, and so that's how long that stand's going to last without having to reseed it or intervene or fertilize it or something like that. The seed cost is really high. If anybody's bought proprietary alfalfa seed or well, there's another management strategy I didn't mention, and I'm sorry that I didn't, because I think it's another valuable way to mitigate the fescue toxicity issues, that we can plant what they call novel endophyte varieties or endophyte-free varieties of tall fescue. I think the novel endophyte varieties have a little more promise because then they still have the benefits of being able to grow better in the warm season without the negative impacts of having that the endophyte, whereas the endophyte-free has no endophyte at all, and so therefore it doesn't have any toxicity issues. But if you've ever looked at the prices on those seeds or proprietary alfalfa or any number of other high-dollar seeds, they're pretty expensive. Native warm season grasses are typically even more expensive, and there aren't a lot of places where you can get them. We're lucky to have Roundstone native seed in Kentucky that has seed coming from this ecoregion, as well as some improved varieties like Caw. Big Blue Stem is one that has higher yields and stuff like that. So the seed cost is pretty high, but there are opportunities through the USDA NRCS to cost share, as well as county ag improvement program. The CAPE funds can be used. Anyway, so there are ways that you can decrease those costs, and then also remember that once those grasses are seeded, if you get a good established stand, it'll persist for decades and decades with very little management. They'll respond to nitrogen fertilizer, of course, but only to a certain extent, like any plant, and you don't have to spend as much money on fertility, essentially. And you can oftentimes grow these grasses in more marginal lands, so if you've got hill slopes or something that aren't as critical to you, maybe those are areas that could be taken out of production for a few seasons to get something like this established. And then there's also a learning curve, and that goes with both establishment as well as management, because we can't graze these grasses as low as we're used to grazing most of the European and Asian grasses. Like Kentucky bluegrass in particular is really tolerant to grazing, and that's wonderful if it's in a lawn because it can handle lots of impact. It's wonderful if it's in a pasture that you're stocking real heavily or horses in particular, because they graze so low. Species like Kentucky bluegrass are really valuable. But these native warm season grasses, if they get grazed too low, it'll cause them to deplete the carbohydrate reserves that they have in their roots. And if that happens too many times, the plants will die. And so we've just got to be a little bit more careful. And if you're haying or grazing, you just bring that height up to 8 to 10 inches. And I'll say, though, also, a lot of times I think pastures get grazed too low in general, even with cool season perennial grasses. And if we don't graze as low, it actually impacts the temperature, particularly in the summer, by creating a little microclimate. There's less evapotranspiration of the water from the soil surface. Anyway, grazing height is a critical thing to think about when you're managing pastures anyway, but even more so with these grasses. So here we'll start talking about my personal experiences here at the Kentucky State University Research Farm. We've got 10 acres out there. This is a picture from when we were establishing that pasture, and the first step is to kill everything. And the same is true for renovations of cool season perennial grasses or forages. If you're going to renovate a pasture, which most folks probably don't do or don't have experience doing because it's costly, and even with other grasses, you're taking that out of production for some amount of time. But that consists of spraying it with herbicide one or more times. And so everything's dead. And then you seed. And this was what happened. I lost my picture of the first season after seeding here, but I had a good learning experience and didn't use enough pre-emergent herbicide. And what happened was a huge flux of foxtail, which could have been worse, I guess, because we were actually able to graze it at least. It doesn't have super great quality, but the ground was covered with something, and it didn't seem to set us back too much. But weed control is extremely critical with native warm season grass establishment. So if this is something you're interested in, we can talk more, but I highly recommend following the recommendations from the extension resources, like from the University of Kentucky's extension publications or the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. There's a wealth of information on establishment. Roundstone Native Seed also has some establishment recommendations and procedures. There's the bull out there grazing. This was also, let's see. No, this was this year. This was, I think, in May of this year. And so we seeded last year, and this is in May of this year. And maybe June, the grasses are starting to come on. You see some chicory and things, but pretty decent growth. And he was really excited to get in there. We had him in a little paddock next to it, and very fescue dominant pasture. And we open the gate, and he runs out there and just starts munching. So it was exciting to see him be excited about it. And there's some bare spots, and it wasn't the most perfect establishment. Here you can see in the foreground, there's some Johnson grass, remnants of foxtail. So I didn't get perfect control. And I think my big takeaway from this, even though I was told this over and over again and I've read about it, I've been thinking about these grasses for several years, but I really had to manage my expectations. And I'm used to being able to plant cool season perennial grasses that just, they're relatively easy to establish and they're going to grow pretty quick. But these grasses are just slower to establish, and we just got to manage expectations and manage competition. And then this is toward the end of the year, or end of the season. This is a close-up of the big blue stem, and you can see that kind of blue tint to it. But as you can see from this picture, or if you drive by, it's pretty evident that we've gotten pretty good establishment because it looks quite uniform. And again, from a wildlife standpoint, that's not as desirable. They want this structure, patchiness. That's where the cattle and ruminants can help, because they create that, but also with other plants being in there. But for production purposes, we do want uniformity because we're looking for yield and weight gain. And this is two species, big blue stem and Indian grass. We wouldn't be grazing at this point. I let it go to seed so that that seed can be dispersed, and it would kind of reseed itself to fill in some spots. But normally, well, it depends on how you're managing it, but if you're managing for livestock, you'd want to remove animals before seed starts being set because the forage quality decreases. But it does look really pretty too. And so if you have other management objectives like wildlife management, or, and I haven't even talked about this, but there's definitely a place for grasses and pollinator habitat. If that's your objective, then let them go to seed. It's great. It's a food resource for a lot of birds, and I saw tons of, I saw an insane number of insects in this pasture this year. But then once it goes to seed, it starts to senesce, die seasonally, and turn brown, and that's kind of what you see out there today, is a big brown field when everything around it's green. But I also don't have a real great picture. This is okay, but it was the inverse in the middle of the summer, particularly when it was real dry. All of our cool season perennial grasses, even the ones that are pretty tolerant to drought, like tall fescue, those fields are brown, and this is bright green. And Boyo loves eating green grass, not dried brown grass. So that gets back to that complementary nature of having different species that grow at different times. There are also other strategies. I didn't mention this, but warm season annuals are often promoted, particularly by seed companies, as a good forage resource. But our forage extension specialists at UK have done some economic studies more recently, and I was involved with some on an organic dairy project, and they don't really make a lot of economic sense. They're good to maybe fill some gaps, or if you're in a pinch or something like that, but reseeding annual warm season forages year after year is just more costly, is the main takeaway. That's not always the case, I'm sure, but in general it's more costly than establishing good pastures of perennial grasses and legumes. I think that's all I've got for you. I brought this. This is a little misleading because this big blue stem was in potting soil, so it really took off in no time. This is a 2-year-old tiller, but it's just a good example. I'll wheel it out there and so you guys can feel it and look at it, but it's a good example of how deep those roots go. And in comparison, there's actually some tall fescue in here too. And I think most people are familiar with how deep most pasture or lawn grasses roots are. It's not super deep. And by comparison, these will go meters if they've got the ability to. And I think that about covers it. The other thing we're doing here is working with Steve Blanford who's the state soil scientist for the NRCS, and taking some soil cores so that over the longer term we can see, this is not, replicated experiment, anything like that, but at least for our purposes, be able to see what the carbon deposition is over time. And so we're taking cores every other year, and then that way we can, through using carbon-13 tracing, we can actually see what proportion of the organic matter at different depths is attributed to the warm season grasses specifically. So I don't know. There's a bit of confirmation bias in that because I know that already what I'm expecting, but I think it'll be a good demonstration to show that carbon deposition is possible, and that there's a limitation to it as well. Once you start getting to really compacted clay, it's going to take longer for any roots to get through there. So, does anybody have any questions? I'm sorry I talked so much. In my mind before I came in here, I thought, I'm not going to go in there and just talk at people. I hate it when people just go talk at people. But I've never done this before, and anybody have any questions? I'm happy to answer questions, or we can just talk. Oh, sorry, Kiri, I'll come back to you.
So you said the thing about 2 to 3 years of lost production. Is that just for establishment of the pasture, or is that how long the regrowth takes too?
No, yeah, that's just for establishment. That's a good question. So the typical establishment procedure would be to, in the fall, maybe, well, there are different ways of doing it, like everything, but you would have traditionally 2 herbicide applications targeting the cool season species that are present in the pasture. You apply an herbicide, say late fall or in the fall. I would prefer to, and what we did here was graze it really heavily in the fall so that we deplete the reserves of those plants. And then in the spring, kind of mid-spring, do a non-selective herbicide application, say glyphosate, Roundup. And that kills, the goal there is to kill everything that grows in the cool season. And then there will be a flush of plants coming up. These warm season species, we're familiar with Johnson grass and things like that. And I'll also just throw this out there. Johnson grass is a problem in every context most contexts except for grazing. It's actually a pretty good forage, but it is hard to kill. And so those grasses like Johnson grass, whether they're perennials or annuals, are all going to come up at the end of spring, early summer. And so we do another herbicide application then that includes a pre-emergent, could include a pre-emergent herbicide but it depends on the grass species you're planting. Part of the reason I did big blue stem and Indian grass, this is a long answer. Part of the reason I did big blue stem and Indian grass is because they're tolerant to plateau, which is a more selective herbicide. And so you can spray plateau mixed with glyphosate, kill everything that's growing above ground, and then suppress annual or any seed germination, except these won't be suppressed. And so you can spray that and seed right into it, seed before it or seed after it, and these grasses will be fine. So then you have that summer where they start to grow. You'll have small tillers. It's hard to tell them apart coming up. And you definitely don't want to graze it or do anything with it that season. And then the next year, you'll see a difference in growth. There'll be more growth. But most recommendations are going to say, wait even one more season before you graze it. So as much as 2 full seasons, 2 full years of lost production. It's definitely a big consideration, especially if you're limited on space. I think there's opportunity if people are starting a production system or in transition. Maybe they've reduced their numbers. That's part of how we justified this. We had reduced the cow herd some, and so we could take 10 acres out of production, no problem. We're also not super worried about our bottom line, so it's easier to justify. But it's a definite consideration. Yes.
Thank you. A great job, I want to say, first of all, on your presentation. And then secondly, I think you said boyo like to eat the grass green. And but I was wondering, with that much in the field, would that be good for rolling hay? Would he possibly eat it in the winter months when he had no green available?
So repeat the question. I'm sorry. Are those grasses good to be cut for hay? Yes. Yeah. Okay, I got you. And feeding the hay in the winter, I got you. Yeah. This is a really valuable hay resource, and in some ways, maybe a more valuable hay resource is because, as I mentioned earlier, when it's growing is the easiest time to cut hay because there's less rain. Historically, we have less rain in this area in the summer. So it's easier to put hay up. But same with grazing. You're going to need to do that before they start to make seed. Boot to first bud is typically what we tell people. That's when the nutrient content is most optimal in the grass. And the quality of the hay is not quite as good as the Johnson grass, for example, is a little bit better forage quality than most of these native warm season grasses. And Johnson grass makes really good hay. But it still makes, I would say, decent to good quality hay, and it could be improved if it's ensiled by wrapping it in bale wrap or putting it in a silo to make silage. And you can also, and of course, if it's mixed with legumes like red clover or alfalfa or something like that, it's going to improve the quality of the hay overall, or the grazing of the forage in general. Yes.
From an organic farming standpoint, using glyphosate and Roundup, are there any other alternatives? Like, are you able to use them on your organic plots or no?
That's a good question. It's possible. None of the recommendations are going to say you should do this without herbicide. But this is a question that I hear more and more often, and I know that Dr. Kaiser at the University of Tennessee, who does most of the research on this in the Southeast, gets this question a lot. And he's got 2 different sites that I'm aware of that he's working with, Green Acre Foundation, which is just across the river around Ohio. They've also got some property in Indiana, I think. They're doing some trials with organic establishment of native warm season grasses. And then also, oddly enough, in the same, actually a very similar climate in New York, or similar cold hardiness zone. What is the name of that? Stone Barn Center. They were at the Southeastern Grassland Conference this year, and they've got a project with Dr. Kaiser as well, doing establishing native warm season grasses organically. And the way you would do that, it would be the same way that you establish anything organically, or even if you're not using organic practices, cover crops are super valuable and a way to use less herbicide and control weeds. But the same method would be used. You would till, work the ground in some way, sow a cover crop, ideally something pretty competitive, let that grow and suppress those weeds. It would either winter kill, or you kill it by mowing it or crimping it or something, and then plant into that dead stubble. Roundstone cautions people. Roundstone probably does more of this than anybody with pollinator habitat. And actually, I don't think Jody's talking about this today, but we've got some plots here at the research farm looking at pollinator habitat establishment methods, because that's a common question with that as well. Can we do it without using herbicide? And really it's just about using cover crops effectively, but being cautious of things that are allelopathic like ryegrass, so that you don't have any unintended consequences on the crop you're planting.
Hey,
but I would say ideally you do like a whole year of cover crops. You do ryegrass in the cool season or something like that, maybe oats, and then have another cover crop in the summer, and just you're creating a stale seed bed.
Do you care if I comment on that?
Yes, please.
Also, to address more specifically the herbicide question, we don't currently have organic herbicides that function the same way as our synthetic herbicides do, because none of them are systemic. And the current methods that we're confident in that provides an efficient competition control mechanism are using conventional herbicides. Because they're systemic, they move through the vascular tissues of the plants, they kill roots. None of our organic herbicides do that, unfortunately, and Nat gave a good explanation about the time and the extra effort that you need when you're doing that kind of site prep. Probably a good rule of thumb is to expect an extra year of site prep if you're trying to use only organic methods in a system that hasn't received intensive weed management. Basically, that means everything but your lawns, So, but in a situation like an old pasture, a hay field, it's going to be much more difficult. Tilling is a valuable option, but it can't be deep tilling, it can't be infrequent. It has to be shallow and very frequent through the growing season. And another good strategy is simply you probably want to look at combining your methods more than you would in like a conventional site prep system. But it's probably going to be a little bit easier with native grasses. They're a little bit more aggressive. They compete a little bit better with our invasives and our weeds than many of our forbs do. In a forb dominant mix, it's going to be much, much more difficult. Sorry to get in your way. I just wanted to point those things out.
I think that's a really good point that Jody brought up. Everything is so relative. Native warm season grasses are harder to establish than most of the cool season perennial grasses we're used to, but they're even easier. They're still easier to establish than a lot of the forbs that folks want in pollinator mixes. And in fact, in pollinator mixes, species like Indian grass in particular are so aggressive that they can become a problem, and that's because they're adapted to being grazed or burned, or if there's not some management, they're just going to grow and grow and grow for years and years, which can be extremely advantageous to a farmer. There was another point I was going to make about, no, that's okay. David?
I think you answered part of my question. My question is on the native warm season grasses is, I understand the 2 or 3 years lost production. My question is, what you have in the wheelbarrow, it's like Johnson grass. Once it grows like this, cattle can eat it. Only thing they're gonna eat off of it is the leafy part of it. My question is, when I lay that land aside for 2 or 3 years, after we done what we did, after we sprayed it, sowed it, first year it comes up. Now, it going through a winter season. Once it get this tall, when it lays down, you got 3 years on that ground. I am gonna start getting something else besides the warm season grass, correct? Because I'm gonna start getting undergrowth, because I hadn't done nothing with that land in 3 years. It lays there. Now, how productive is the warm season grass when it comes back the next season, or the next 2 years, or the next 3 years, once that land is laid there for 3 years and I haven't done nothing to it? I can't graze it, it's just sitting there.
Sure. Well, to address your first point about the height, you're going to want to start grazing it before it gets tall. It's really cool looking and it's beautiful. It's a magnificent grass that it grows so tall, but there is that challenge, much like Johnson grass, that you've got to get in and graze it when it's at 10 to 12 inches before you have eye irritation issues, or the animal's just not wanting to go in there. So grazing management is pretty important. Getting them in there at the right time, and it'll start greening up and being ready to graze around May. And so you put them in there while it's still low, and then as they're grazing it, they're maintaining that height and keeping it from getting, but again, it's a management strategy. But I
understand the part what you just said.
Okay.
But you said on the program here that I have to lay it aside for 3 years.
Right.
Before I can do anything with that.
Yeah.
So if you're saying that if I sow it and then turn cattle in it,
yeah,
doesn't that have something to do with my root production? Because what I'm getting is that it's going to take 2 or 3 years for this warm season grass to establish itself.
Uh-huh.
And if it takes 2 or 3 years before it establishes itself, so how can I put my cattle on that ground, or how can I cut it for hay if it takes 3 years for it to get what it needs to get?
You can. It is growing in that time. It's just there's potential to impact the persistence of the grass if you start grazing it too early or cutting it for hay too early. And so your options, something that has been looked at is sowing cool season annuals during that establishment time. And so you could seed rye or oats or something in the field after this has gone brown and dormant, and then you have that growth in the winter time, and you could graze that, and that could help make up for some of that lost. But at the end of the day, there's a risk associated with grazing it too soon.
Okay, next question. Can you sow something else? I think you hit on it. Can you sow something else with warm season grass? Can you do something like
yes.
wheat? Now what wheat does, wheat kills everything out. Why the warm season grass is trying to come up?
Yeah, and Dr. Kaiser's doing more studies with that, using nurse crops, particularly in the beginning, with oats and wheat and things like that, which can actually, so far he hasn't found that it's negatively or positively impacted establishment. But if you're able to get in and graze that, and that creates forage in that interim time, then that's a great thing. He's also got research that shows benefits of legumes mixed in with the native warm season grasses. So yeah, it doesn't have to be a solid stand of these grasses. In fact, I think you're better off, especially if you put legumes in there. And that's something that I'm going to do here. But I've been advised by Ray Smith at UK to wait on seeding the red clover until this fall. And I think it's still just a concern of not having too much competition as those plants are getting established. But again, once they're established, they're there. About the only way you can get rid of them is if you apply herbicide, or you just cut it too low too many times, or graze it too low year after year. So that definitely can kill it. But and there are opportunities, I think, for using these grasses in existing stands. There's not research for that, partially because it's hard to have a controlled experiment where you're just broadcasting seed out there or overseeding. But they're going to grow. And anecdotally, we've got volunteer clumps of Indian grass over here by our reservoir that are coming up on their own amongst all the perennial cool season grasses and other things. So lots to consider. Any other questions does anyone have? I'll bring this wheelbarrow out to the lunch line if anybody wants to get their hands dirty before they eat. Thank you all. Ding, 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 ding. Lunch is ready. And we'll kind of file out that side and go around. The tables are over there, but if everybody could exit on that back, my left corner, that would be ideal.
Hey, Jonathan. Hey everybody, welcome back from lunch. Hope you had a good lunch. We're going to continue with the program. My name is Jody Thompson. I manage the Forestry and Natural Resources program at Kentucky State University, and we're going to finish the program with a talk about tree planting methods. All right, so basically the crux of this is in past jobs, in my job here with Extension, I've got to work with a lot of landowners, a lot of homeowners, a lot of farmers of different sorts, and a lot of us are planting trees and shrubs for all different kinds of uses. But one of my past jobs used to be to go around the state diagnosing tree health problems. So I've amassed some really tried and true, well, let me step back. I feel like I've gotten a pretty good sense of the main things people have issues with, and at the same time, there's some great literature and great folks, great experienced folks practicing proper plant installation. And the reason we want to talk about this is to kind of curb some of the issues, set you up for success, maybe help you understand some of the reasons maybe some of your trees or shrubs have died, some of the main things that cause health problems, and kind of get you, like I said, get you started on the right foot. So we're going to start out with talking about what trees need. We're going to talk about actual installation and establishment methods. We're going to talk about the different types of material that you could be installing and how methods and practices differ among those. And very importantly, we're going to talk a little bit, if we have time, because it's kind of a lot of slides, we're going to talk about establishment maintenance. So basically, you don't want to plant something and walk away from it. After you plant it, that means how do you keep it alive? All right. So some of the main reasons we plant trees are we want to make money, right? Fruit trees, nut trees, timber trees. And when I say tree, in almost all cases, you could lump shrubs into this. So basically, we're talking about woody plants. Mostly, the practices are predominantly the same. We plant trees in yards and parks, strictly for erosion control and to add wildlife resources of all kinds. Places to reproduce, wildlife food, just simple cover from predators. So the reason this slide is even here is just to say, look, trees are planted for a million reasons. However, the way we install them and the way we keep them alive are predominantly the same, regardless of how we're doing that. So, there's a couple of things to understand. We're going to talk about what trees need, and that's going to help us understand why the steps we take are important. So, two most limiting factors to plant growth, period. Almost every plant on the planet is lack of sunlight and lack of water. Those two things, more than others, limit plant growth. Yes, plants, like trees, need things like soil nutrients, CO2, and oxygen. And we're going to talk about oxygen specifically because a lot of us learned in grade school and that plants only use CO2 as an atmospheric gas. That's not the case. Plants use oxygen the exact same way we do. It turns our food into energy. So a tree uses CO2 as part of photosynthesis to create its food. Then it's got to do something with it, right? That's where oxygen comes in. That's respiration, right? So trees need oxygen, not just CO2, and that's very important once we talk about the roots. So when trees are young, especially at the planting time, right, they're very susceptible to death and decline because they have not established themselves in the new environment. right? They're still kind of at it on their own. And that tiny little root ball that you stick in the ground is all it's getting except for what you are directly giving it. So those roots need to grow into the surrounding soil environment before they're what we call established. And prior to that time, they're very susceptible to death. So we need to be very careful in all of these steps. All right, so we're going to talk about just, I'm aware that some of y'all may be very familiar with some of these things, but in all my years working with tree professionals, there's always something some of us don't understand quite as well as other things, right? So these slides are going to show us just basic like tree anatomy for what I call tree regions. So the crown. The crown is the upper part of the tree where all the leaves are, right? And what does that matter? That's all the leaves that are catching sunlight. That's their main purpose. Catching sunlight, and that crown is also where the seeds are produced so it can reproduce. So that part has to be healthy, and that part has to get what it needs. The next region is the trunk, sometimes called the stem. We all know what this is, yes. In a tree, right, it's clear what that is. However, in a multi-stem shrub, it's the same thing, they just have more of them. So the purpose of the trunk of a tree specifically is to help the crown reach height to get sunlight. That's its main purpose. It also adds structural integrity, right, to the plant, and it's that connection between what the roots are doing and what the crown's doing, because there are some differences in their function. And then there's the roots, right, which is everything below ground. And the root system of a healthy tree or shrub relative to the above ground part is big, sometimes bigger, right? So the main purpose of the roots are to uptake water. That's also where it gets most of its oxygen. The tree doesn't get most of its oxygen through the leaves, it's through the roots themselves. So with the soil conditions and how you plant them and what you continue to do with them have to make it so that those roots are getting oxygen. Now, sometimes with a tree, some of you may have heard terms like deep-rooted trees, shallow-rooted trees, right? That's complete nonsense, right? All trees are reaching, they'll grow their roots shallow in most cases, right? I'll just say in most cases, because if it has plenty of oxygen and water. But they'll grow deeper if they have access to that also, right? So it depends on where those resources are. So once again, that's kind of tells us a little bit about what we need to know something about the site conditions we're installing these plants on. All right, these are the things we're going to try to cover. And I'm going to caveat this with, I've been wanting to do this talk for a long time, but I put it together yesterday. We are probably not going to make it through the whole thing, but it is going to be available to you. Fair? We're not going to have, especially because we have a virtual audience, we're not going to go outside and look at some things, but after this is over, if anybody wants to go out to the parking lot with me to see a couple of trees that we installed just this fall, actually, and just talk about a couple of those things, I'm welcome to stick around and do that with you. So, all right, things we're going to talk about, there's the list. Site, why that thing matters. Site prep. Mostly that means weed control. Planting depth. You will kill a tree by planting it a couple inches too deep. It's just a fact of the matter, right? How you fill those planting holes. You can do it wrong, believe it or not. You can. Mulching, which isn't a necessity, but when possible, it's very valuable. Staking, right? We're going to talk about just best practices for that. Most of the time it's not needed either, right? But we'll cover a couple of things. And then when you plant different types of trees. That's what we're going to try to cover. So let's start here. Site selection. So there's a whole lot of trees in the world. There's a whole lot of shrubs in the world, right? They grow to different places. They've been adapted to grow in different places. They developed in different places, different climates, right? Different soil types. They developed under different soil moisture needs, right? Some will handle shade, some won't. Some will handle wet soils, some won't. Some will handle nutrient deficient soils, some won't. So anytime that you are deciding where to plant, you need to know what that species needs, and you need to know the conditions that it's going in. it will avoid a lot of failure, and that will help you avoid wasting a bunch of money. In a past life, I worked for the Kentucky Division of Forestry. So like I'd mentioned before, one of my jobs was to look at sick tree and dead tree issues. Sometimes that included large reforestation sites where you might plant thousands and thousands of bare root tree seedlings on a site. Sometimes you may have a lot of those die. Sometimes those issues were avoidable with just a couple of key practices, right? Site matters a lot. So let's see. Spacing, right? Spacing, you know, it's usually not a good practice to plant a large tree next to a house. For a couple of reasons, could damage your house, but part of it is because it's providing too much shade for a lot of trees, right? So spacing your plants, but also how close is it to the edge of a woodland, right? Or how close is it to like one of your crop fields? Those have different implications. You know, what are the soil conditions like? I think I touched on some of these things already. And long-term moisture needs. There are a lot of trees that are adapted to grow in wet sites that are planted on poor sites because they're seen as very tolerant. But mostly but people skip the establishment part, right? What that means is they're adapted to establish quickly on poor sites, but they won't continue to do well there, right? Yellow poplar, who's familiar with yellow poplar? Yellow poplar establishes pretty easy in a lot of places. The first 7-8 years, it will grow like crazy, and you could put it on a really poor site, low organic matter, dryish, right? But after it starts reaching that 8 to 10 year period, it starts to crap out because that site doesn't meet its long-term needs. These are all things we got to think about. And when we compare like a production field, like a farm field, maybe you're growing like cane fruit or some sort, or you have some kind of other orchard, right? Those things are getting intensively managed. If you're doing it well and you have the resources, those things should be irrigated usually too, right? But it's kind of hard to irrigate trees in all the places that we plant them. So we have to look at those things, right? Our experience in one site with lots of resources is not the same. We can't still plant those trees somewhere else when they're not getting the same resources. So anyway, all right, in most cases, most trees that we're familiar with and we use in this part of the world, they will do well in full sun and moist soils. Moist soils means it's not dry most of the time and it's not sopping wet. It's pretty close to in the middle. Nearly every tree will do well there regardless of what it likes, even those that handle shade really well, right? Eastern hemlock trees, red maples, two of our most shade tolerant trees in the state of Kentucky and this central hardwood region, especially close to the southern Appalachians, they handle shade. But almost no other tree handles that much shade. But those trees will also handle full sun if they get the other things they need. However, red cedar, we're familiar with red cedar? Stick red cedar in a full sun in the forest. It'll start to die quickly, relatively quickly, right? So we have this catch-all site that usually works well, right? Determine drainage, right? How quickly does soil moisture leave the soil? That's what that means. So most of the time you don't want to plant trees or shrubs of any sort on a regularly wet site. And you can test that with a percolation test or a drainage test, and there are certain ways to do that. For those of you not familiar with it, just dig a 1 cubic foot hole, 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot, fill it up with water, come back a few hours later, fill it up again, and then look at the rate of water drainage. If after a day it doesn't drain and it has not been raining, right, it is a poorly drained site. You don't want to plant most of the things there. But if it's drained close to halfway by half a day, or at least maybe 3 inches over half a day or something like that, it could potentially be a decent site, right? And you would select your species based on that, its tolerances. Don't assume that everything's going to go everywhere. All right. Site prep is the next stage of this. And that just means getting what you do before planting to ensure or at least increase your chances of success. Most of the time that means weed control. Most of the time we don't really, in most situations, we don't need to till, we don't need to rip or anything like that. And by ripping, I mean you're deeply cutting through layers of soil to get rid of some compaction or hard pan issues or something like that. Most of the time you don't need to do that. Weed control is almost a guarantee every single situation, period. Weeds kill plants, period. Do trees get taller than most weeds? Yes, but they're not usually taller when you plant them, and that's the problem. Rule of thumb for a plant, regardless of what kind of plant, the shorter it is, the more susceptible it is to be killed by weeds. Most of the effect is because of shade. When you plant a tree, it's going to take 2 to 3 years in most situations for that tree to start taking off because the roots are not well developed in the soil yet. That's it. So you have to increase its chances of success. So Johnson grass, as Nat talked about earlier, and a couple of folks pointed out, can get pretty tall, right? And it grows really dense. So if I got to pick that, right? That is a reforestation site in a riparian area located in central-ish Kentucky. And there were a lot of bare root, well, it was a mix of things, right? But those trees, all of them were at least a couple foot tall, maybe some up to 3-4 foot tall. So one round of weed control that was not continued. So one round of weed control is not enough to get rid of Johnson grass, or most perennial biennial weeds, by the way. So what happened is that Johnson grass took off, growing so dense, those trees had just been planted, maintenance did not continue, most of those trees died. It may not seem like that because the trees can kind of get to the top. The top of those trees can get a little sun, right? Maybe sun can filter down. That's not enough. You need sun from multiple sides to really give these plants what they need. But anyway, that's a very common issue. It's very common. It happens in your crop fields. It happens in your pastures. It happens at the edge of your woods, even if you're not producing anything. It happens in parks. It happens in your yards. All right. Most of the way we do site prep is herbicide sprays, if you have that available to you. That is reliable. That's why it's used so much. Many of us want to get away from that, but the fact of the matter is that is what works most efficiently. However, most of the time it's repeated herbicide sprays. Now, a way to get away from using as much herbicide is to combine your methods. Make sure you're going to continue mowing, for example. Or during the establishment period, that 2 to 3 year period, if you are able to space your tree rows or your individual trees out enough, I realize it's going to be a little different in like a farming situation, right? Where you have rows of like blueberries or, you know, pawpaws or apple trees or something. Sometimes that can be an issue. But if you can space your rows out enough to get a mower between them, usually during establishment, mowing on 2 sides very close is usually enough to get them enough sunlight. You still do need to control your worst weeds, but that does give you a leg up, and that is usually enough. So, other ways is laying weed fabric like woven cloth or plastic mulch or something like that. They make individual tree mats also, 3 to 4 foot squares that you can put over a tree that reduces weed growth. And research backs up if you're planting short trees, if you combine them with tree shelters, which are the same thing as tree tubes, to reduce deer browse or deer rubbing, if you combine that with weed mats or some other kind of occasional weed control, you usually see most of your plants. So those are your highest rates of success in large-scale tree plantings when you combine those methods together. Tilling is usually best for things like cool season grasses. Like tilling works fine on fescue, right, in many cases. Warm season weeds, it's not so good. And in most situations, tilling is just not needed. And sometimes if you have a seed bank of a lot of warm season weeds, when you till, You're just bringing those seeds up to the surface to give you new weed problems. So that's why that's other than carbon and soil conservation issues, just weed management is another reason that no-till is often promoted. And of course, I'm talking about just some key things. There's all kinds of situations where some of these don't work as well, or maybe even issues that I'm not going to bring up, right? But these, if you follow these principles, you're going to be pretty safe. I think we've talked about this, tilling and ripping, right? It just loosens up the soil. If you need to do it, don't do it any more than you have to, but sometimes you do. If you're planting trees on an old strip mine site, you're almost always going to need to do some kind of deep ripping. And deep ripping is just, it's just like a big, if you're not familiar with this, it's just a big blade that you pull behind your tractor or you attach to a dozer, right? And it just cuts really deep into the soil, a couple of feet down to 6 feet sometimes, depending on what you need. And it's usually done for drainage, to help improve drainage. You can hurt yourself, cause problems by ripping inappropriately though. If you're not ripping across, like doing in multiple directions, for example, sometimes you create air pockets in the soil, and you can even increase sometimes the chances that a wet pocket is going to sit below the surface, and that's going to be a problem for your trees too. So it needs to be done appropriately, but once again, don't do it if you don't have to. All right, planting depth. Please interrupt me at any point. I want to give you what you need. Otherwise, I'm just going to talk. I'm just going to go on autopilot and just talk. So, okay, so planting depth. This is the number one reason trees die, period. Period. Across the planet, other planets, whatever. Trees die mostly because they're planted too deep, period. They need oxygen. They get that oxygen mostly from through the roots. If you plant a tree a couple of inches too deep and you're not continuing to maintenance it appropriately, and even in those cases, you're either going to run into dead trees one day or at least a tree that is in a state of decline or poor growth. So, and if you're making money off these trees, that's the last thing you want. If you've paid money for these trees, that's also the last thing you want. If you're interested in wildlife, or you just want a shade tree for your yard, plant it at the right depth. You're not going to have to replace it later if you do that. So, too deep means, like I said, not enough oxygen. That's deep enough that it's really very hard for enough oxygen to get into the soil where those roots are, and most of the roots doing the work is in the top few inches of soil. If you plant them too shallow, however, you run the risk of drying your roots out, especially during establishment, and dry air next to roots equals dead roots in every case. So there's something called the root flare. There's also something called the root collar, right? And they're basically right next to each other, and I'll show you what that is. So the picture on your left has some arrows pointed to what's called the root flare. And that is the lower part of the trunk that tapers away from the tree. It just kind of angles out away from it. What you use that before you plant as a gauge. Where has this tree been growing? What is it used to? And that's where you want to put it again. The root collar is that point where the stem or the trunk and the roots meet. You want to plant at that level, and they're just a couple of different landmarks for you to use. If you're planting a bare root tree, like a 1 to 2 year old seedling, sometimes that's hard to find, but in most cases you can find it. If you get a container grown tree out of a nursery or you grow it yourself, it's usually going to be very evident. Sometimes they may be covered in mulch, but not usually. If you buy larger trees that have to be dug with a machine, sometimes those machines, those tree spades, when they lift the tree, they push all the soil up the trunk and it hides the root flare. And then people think that the top of that soil is where it was growing, but no, because it was lifted, it was buried, and lots of sick and dead trees have resulted in folks not looking for the root flare. So you'll see on wrong one. The picture on your right, those are just what that root flare looks like in a good situation. Those are probably oak trees. I stole that picture offline. So, but on the left, the illustration shows a little easier. The picture on your left again, just another example of the root collar, and this is just an illustration of a tree that was dug out of a nursery, and it's showing you just landmarks for planting, right? That's what you want exposed, where that arrow that says root collar is. You want that. You don't want to go past that when you're planting it. On the right, those are bare root seedlings that were lifted out of a nursery, and they're lifted, and when that happens, you know, you lose all the dirt in this case, and they're shipped to you without any soil on it also. And because they're very young, sometimes that region hasn't developed well yet. And it varies from species to species too, how easy it is. If you get a bare root hickory, for example, a 1-year bare root hickory, sometimes it is really, I've looked at bare root hickory seedlings that were difficult to see which way was up, which way was down, right? It just wasn't developed enough. Most of the time you can. And an example of this is come to Reforest Frankfurt on April 15th and be part of the public planting trees. Occasionally, we will go back when we're looking over the site and find a tree that was planted upside down because we're planting bare root seedlings. That's the reason. Those that aren't experienced with it, just, you know, it's a little hard to figure out what that was. So anyway, different material, different needs. This is just a picture of where they have uncovered the root flare. This would have probably been a bald and burlap tree. Yeah, there's the burlap cut beside it. And when it was lifted, it was just all pushed up around it. That is a tree that would have been smothered had they not uncovered it. I'm going to really just beat this point to death because it matters. It really matters. All right, planting hole width. There's lots of information out there about how wide the planting hole should be. Good rule of thumb, no bigger than it has to be. Some literature will say dig your hole 2 to 3 times the width of the ball, and others will say don't do that. You can get a tree to live just fine no matter how wide you dig your root ball, but know that if you dig it very wide, it's going to take longer for those roots to grow into a different type of soil. So if you're caring for your new tree and it's growing great in its original soil or root area, and then suddenly it hits something that's not quite as nice, it could lead to some stress issues if you don't continue to care for it. So what I like to tell people is don't dig it any bigger than you have to, but you want enough space to easily work the backfill around it. So leave yourself more than ½ inch is what that means, right? Leave enough that you can easily work around it, but no bigger than that. That way those roots are going to get into that surrounding soil environment faster, and it reduces the risk of stress issues. It's just kind of a just in case kind of thing. What do we got next? Backfilling. A bad place to plant trees of any sort is really clay soils, and it's hard not to find clay soils around here, right? So sometimes when you're digging a planting hole, you end up with clumps, right? Sometimes that means you got to amend that soil beforehand. But if you end up with clumps or a lot of rocks, and you try to put those back in your soil without getting rid of the rocks and breaking up the clumps, you're going to end up with air gaps around the roots. And those air gaps, remember what I said earlier, dry air next to roots equals dead roots. So don't do that. You want that stuff broken. You want it as loose as you can, and you want it as loose distributed throughout that planting hole as possible. So that's really it. So it's just to avoid air spaces. Also, yes, ma'am.
Are you going to talk about root-bound trees?
I wasn't, but we can. I wasn't going to talk about root bound. I think I left that off, actually. So.
Well, I mean, the issue before you backfill,
Yep.
untangle the
Yeah.
roots, you just cut them off, how does that work?
Yeah. So the question was, how do you deal with root bound plants prior to planting, is that correct? So root bound means that the roots are grown really tightly and kind of wrapping around the ball itself. Most of the time that happens in container grown plants. It can happen in others, but you don't normally see it, right? So if you are planting a tree or a shrub or any other plant like that, when you pull it out of the pot, if you do see this mass of tight roots, we do what we call massage them. You want to loosen them. You can do some root pruning before you plant, but if you don't have experience with that, I would suggest don't approach it if you don't have to, unless you have a root that is growing around the base of the stem. And if that's the case, cut it off, because that will girdle that plant later. But root bound means that those roots are going to continue to grow in that tight pattern around that, and they're not going to spread out well into the soil. So massaging it, roughing it up, and loosening it is usually your best option. Now, that can not usually, but occasionally be a factor too if you're planting in smooth-sided, really clay planting holes. So usually the recommendations are score your holes, break them up a little bit. That doesn't cause a problem most of the time, but if you've already got some root binding going on, and you don't deal with it, and you put it in a hole like that, it could make it worse, right? Yeah.
So loosen it and then feed it outwards or cut it off?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So if you can avoid cutting roots off, do that. But when you massage these things and loosen them up, what she's getting at is that they can be long and they can be bigger than your planting hole. In that case, if you have a lot of them, my recommendation is to dig a bigger hole. You know, if you have to cut off a couple of small roots, usually that's not an issue at all. But if you have to cut a lot, you don't want to do that. If you have to cut a lot, dig a bigger hole. Does that help? Okay. All right. So with backfilling too, which just means we're putting the stuff back in the hole, some folks want to amend the soils, or they want to add stuff to maybe fertilizers. You want to mix peat into it or something like that. If you're planting in a really clay site, that warrants amending the soil, which means changing it. But mostly what you want to do is really just increase drainage. So a couple of things to think about. You almost never need to add fertilizer when you plant a new tree, period. If you bought it from a nursery, they have dealt with that. They have put it in a condition that it's just fine going right out into the site, right? If you buy it from a retail nursery, there's probably fertilizers in the soil already, because lots of times you're buying container plants anyway. If you're getting it from a nursery and it's bare root, it's usually been growing in pretty good conditions for a long time, and they're maintaining that in the field. B&B, so larger stuff, it's the same thing. Those are usually growing in the ground in rows somewhere, and they're making sure the site is a quality site to begin with. So avoid fertilizing most of the time, it's just not needed. Save fertilizing for later issues. Or if your specific crop plant needs specific conditions that the soils you're planting it in, this is only based on a soil test or your specific detailed knowledge of your site, then you might want to do something. Those are very situation specific. Do not add sand to very clay soils. Too little sand and clay equals concrete, right? And water does not like to move through concrete, neither do roots. What else? We got peat, right? Some people will mix peat into the hole because they think it's going to rain and it's going to keep water next to it. It's probably best practice not to use peat. If you put too much peat into a planting hole, or if you do not break the peat up enough, and once again you have too much, what you can end up having sometimes is after rains, you can have, or irrigation, you can have that soggy soil hanging out for too long. So if you're going to amend soil, add well broken down organic matter, like a finely shredded mulch. If it's not too clay, a little bit of sand is fine, but you're really just working on drainage. That's what you're doing. So, yes.
Biochar?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know too much about biochar. You know, what it is, it's a method of adding carbon and stuff to the soil. Does anybody else have some experience with biochar? They can answer this question for us. I can get you some information because we do have folks here working on biochar as we speak. If you like that, see me and I'll hook you up with them. So, all right, let's keep going then. I think I've talked about this stuff. Very fine. Adding organic matter is fine. Adding finely shredded, broken down mulches is fine if you are doing it to improve drainage. You still want your mineral soil component of that to be pretty heavy. And usually if you're going to amend, you don't want to add, you probably shouldn't add more than like 25, 30% of your backfill volume as something like mulch, right? So if I mix my own stuff at home, it's almost just sand, organic matter, and mulch, and nothing else. Topsoil is completely useless for soil nutrients, right? So if you're buying stuff from stores, you want to buy something that drains well and has organic matter in it. The reason organic matter matters is because it turns into other things the plant needs. Rule of thumb, and this is hard to get, if you can get 3 to 4% organic matter in your soils that your trees are grown in, you never need to fertilize that. You don't find that most of the time, but occasionally you can get things in that 2 to 3% range or create them. And for a tree, at least the tree that's not growing like fruit crops or something like that, you don't need fertilizer for those kinds of things. That takes care of it all by itself. So, yes, sir. So the question is, if you are growing a tree for fruit, would you need fertilizer? It really depends. If it is a heavily fruiting tree, like something you might grow in an orchard, right? You probably are going to need some fertilizer over the life of that because you are really looking at production. Because something like that that's producing that volume of produce, that volume of yield, most soils that we're growing in can't supply the nutrients needed. If you are growing native trees for flowering, for bees, or just for foraging, almost never do you need to fertilize. But more of a farming situation, it is really good idea to get soil tests. And when you're submitting those soil tests, make sure they know what you plan to grow so they can give you the best recommendations. Sometimes it's not needed, but really intensive situations, high yield situations, it probably will be. Certain things, certain types of fertilizers.
Case in point, we have a peach tree, and the crown is nice, it has fruit, but it's kind of like, it gets kind of like a brown sugar-like coating on it, which kills the fruit. On the branches and on the fruit.
So the comment was about a peach tree. The crown looks pretty nice and it seems generally healthy, but it will get this brown sugar-like coating on the fruit or the branches. So is the coating look like it's oozing out of the branches and falling on the fruit, or is it just kind of appearing?
It looks like it's kind of a fungus that just starts to cover the fruit and the branches. I mean, when it first starts to bud, it's not visible, but when the fruit comes, then it starts to encroach the fruit.
So peaches and really everything in the rose family, which peaches are in the rose family, apples, pears, plums, all that stuff, roses, they are highly susceptible to all kinds of diseases. Cherries, if you've ever noticed like some of your things in that family, they do certain things naturally, like have this ooze that comes out of the branches, right? But on the fruit and those branch ends and the leaves, it is usually some type of pathogen. Sometimes tree health can reduce the susceptibility of a plant to specific pathogens and pests, but peaches are notorious for needing to be intensively managed for diseases specifically. In that case, it really would be hard to tell if the issue is a plant health issue or it's a cultivar issue or a like local environment issue with like humidity and things like that. For those of you that don't know, you can submit disease things for plant, just to ID plants, insect samples, disease samples on your plants to your local extension, county extension offices. And UK Pathology and Department of Entomology, they have diagnostic specialists that they're pretty good. I mean, they're really, really good at what they do. And most of the issues that we run into are usually common. And if it is something that there's a known treatment for, you're usually going to get good recommendations for that. So for something like that, my opinion in almost every case is to seek some kind of diagnostic analysis of the issue. Peaches are pretty well known. They're probably going to figure out what it is pretty quick. And Julie and them at the pathology lab at UK, I know them. They are as good as it gets. Use them. You've already paid for them with your tax dollars. Okay. Yes, sir. All right. What else we got? Mulching. Let's just jump to the pictures. All right. Who's heard people complain about mulching practices? Usually you see it in like more landscape situations, right? But mulching is also practiced in like row cropping shrubs and stuff like that too. The case that you see on your left is what we call volcano mulching. And that just means you're dumping a bunch of mulch right next to the plant because you either don't know better or the crew is lazy. Sometimes it's the landscape crew, they know better, they just don't do it anyway because they're not having enough oversight in the field. I know this because I've consulted many times and I've got a background in landscape horticulture. So that is bad because it's too deep, right? And if that doesn't get replaced, it's just going to smother those roots that are closest to the tree. And of the whole root, all the roots in the ground, the roots, the fine roots, the tiny ones that are growing within a couple of foot of the trunk, they're doing the highest volume of work, period. They're also growing more densely right there. So if your practices are you're screwing up things right next to the tree, that's the worst place you can be doing it, period. So it can also lead to like canker issues, which is usually like a fungal rot issue in the woody tissue there at the base. Now on the right, those pictures on the right where everything is flat, that's proper. It's a couple of inches at best spread throughout what they have got as their maintenance area under the tree. It's where they're going to do most of their watering. It provides a barrier to weed eaters tearing up the stems of the plant. Now, a practice you can also add to the ones on your right, the ones that are done well, is you can make it a little deeper out towards the edge of the ring. So don't make a volcano make a crater, right? But it only needs to be a couple of inches closer to that tree. Otherwise, you're risking smothering. Now, the trees on the left, if those stay that way for a couple of years and you remove all that mulch, you're going to notice roots are growing up into it. So it's creating a risk that those roots are also going to dry out, and it's creating a risk that you're going to create a girdling root. That's one of those roots I talked about earlier where they wrap around the stem and they don't move out of the way when the tree gets bigger. They stay right there and they end up girdling it, which essentially means you're cutting off all that water and nutrient supply that's moving inside the tree. Because a tree is just a bunch of pipes on the inside that are connected together. And if you screw those pipes up, your plant can't get what it needs. Because the roots are doing one thing, the crown's doing another, right? So you need all these pieces intact. All right, staking. Most of the time you do not have to stake a tree. Sometimes you do. Most small seedlings, short seedlings, you don't. Now, if you plant a seedling that has a very thin trunk and it happens to have been pushed like with a lot of good irrigation and fertilization in a nursery, that crown can be a little heavy sometimes. If that's the case, then yeah, you can stake the tree then. But trees under like a couple of inch caliper, which means it's like 2 inches or less at 6 inches above the ground, right? At that size, you almost never have to stake a tree. Now, sometimes trees get planted a little too high, and you may be in a very windy place. You have to take these things according to the specific situation. You do. Sometimes with shrubs, we may also stake or tie plants to keep them from falling over, right? And you may have individual branches of a tree that may need to be supported, but most of the time, staking is not needed. Now, once you get over that 2 inches, especially when you get into trees that are 4 or 5 inches in diameter, staking is usually a good idea because the top is very heavy and it's also prone to catch wind really well. So, you just getting prepared? That's cool. Once again, interrupt me at any time if you have other experiences or if you have experience different than mine. It would be good for people to know. So, all right. You know, I'd meant to put some staking pictures in here, but I don't think I did. I'm just going to mention a couple of things. You can stake a tree different ways. If it's very small, it can just be a bamboo stick, right? If it is bigger, it can be T-posts. You can make your own, right? Now, the taller the tree, the taller the stake you need. You can also root stake a tree, where you're driving biodegradable stakes through the roots, and that anchors them to the soil. And in landscape situations, sometimes you may even be putting anchors under the planting hole of the tree itself. If it's in a public place where it's going to get lots of traffic and you don't want people like kids getting clotheslined, like mine getting clotheslined when they ran under the straps of a tree that they staked the tree to. So that might happen occasionally. So let's see. I think, just making sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, so the way you stake trees really depends, right? But don't think that you have to. And when you don't know what to do, this is a topic that extension and tree care professionals know really, really well. So there's lots of resources on this stuff. All right, what else we got? Planting season. When you plant a tree depends on what you're planting, right? So if it's bare root, you're usually going to plant in winter or early spring. You can get them in the fall sometimes, and fall is a great time to plant trees. Winter is one of the best times to plant trees anywhere, at least when the ground's not frozen. One of the reasons you plant bare root seedlings at this time of year is because that's when they're available. You're not going to find these from a reputable supplier in the middle of summer unless they just had things left over that they weren't aware of. Now, one of the reasons you also want to plant it this time of year is it's a wetter time of year. And they've dug these things and they've stuck them in a fridge or somewhere, in a cooler somewhere. And so they've gotten root damage. Some of the roots have been cut off. So they need to constantly be exposed to moisture. They're not transported in soil. They're not transported soaking wet. They're usually transported in like some kind of moist newspaper or something, right? And when you put them in the ground, they need to have reliable, regular moisture for several weeks immediately after planting. So that's the key there to bare roots. Container-grown plants, any time of year, period, right? Because you're not disturbing them. As long as you're going to take care of them, you can plant container-grown plants any time of year, period. B&B, and B&B means balled and burlap. So you're digging something bigger out of the ground and you're strapping it with material, or you're wrapping it in a burlap material to maintain the integrity of the root ball, which has soil in it also, right? And most of the time, you can get these a longer season, you can get bare roots, but I suggest avoiding the hottest parts of the year to plant these, because at that time, they've already been dug for a while. You're going to need more irrigation, more water that time of year anyway, and you're just combining stressors, and you're really running the risk of your trees dying. Plant balled and burlap trees anytime in that fall through spring season before it gets really hot and dry. So, but closer to those cooler, wetter parts of the year is better, because remember, it's all about water. And the effect of heat is mostly because water is less available, period. So that's the issue there. Live staking, some of you might, I feel like a lot of people don't know what live staking is, and everybody should. Live staking is just branch cuttings from trees or shrubs. You can get these, you can make these yourselves. You're cutting usually branches that are 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch in diameter towards the end of the branches, and you're cutting, they're usually, if you're buying them, they usually come in 1 to 4 foot lengths. And the idea is that you are getting stakes of species that root from cuttings really easily. So they grow those adventitious tissues grow and respond really well. So basically, you are shoving these things in the ground or hammering them into the ground 2/3 to 3/4 of the way. So you're maximizing your root area potential. And then that top part that's stuck out, that's going to become the above ground growth, because you need to get roots in the soil as fast as possible. They're cheap as dirt. They're hard to find if you're buying them commercially outside of spring or even into spring sometimes. But they are great. We are starting elderberry work here at the farm this year. And one of the ways that you plant elderberries is staking. You're going to get better establishment if you buy something potted with roots, right? But staking is cheap and easy, and you can make your own. They're used in stream restoration all over the planet. You get willows, you get different types of dogwood shrubs, even sycamore, 9-bark, if you're familiar with these things. Buttonbush. I did a little project once, and I use this story because it's kind of funny, but it really shows the great resource they are. Buttonbush is one of our native shrubs, and it usually grows in wetlands, stream edges, and things like that. So they will handle wet soils great. I had some leftover buttonbush stakes from a project, and I just left it in the backyard a year. I'm like, I need to do some of that bucket that's just sitting in my backyard. I planted all of there were like 9 left buttonbush stakes. 7 lived out of 9 because I planted them in a wet part of the yard. How did I plant them? I shoved them in the ground and walked away and just weed eated around them. That's it, right? But you can, in a well-irrigated spot that's not regularly wet, stakes of certain species. Most species won't do this, but select things will. But you may have different needs. Just keep that in mind. It's a really good practice. You can't plant them in the summertime and walk away because there's not enough. That's another reason they're not available outside of spring usually.
You mentioned sycamores. You can live stake sycamores. And the other question is, what about hazelnuts?
You can live stake sycamores because sycamores are adapted to grow in very wet to dry or moist to wet sites, and they root really well from cuttings. So it's kind of they're not the best live stake species, but they work, right? Some of our shrubs are usually better, and willow trees. And hazelnuts, I don't have experience with that with hazelnut. It seems like their preferences probably work against them, but there are a lot of things that you can root from cuttings if you maintain them well. And that's the key there. If you're going to irrigate them, if you're going to root them on your own and in pots with moist soil, because lots of things will, and that's a major technique for plant propagation commercially or even in your backyards. There are a lot of things that you can cut and root from cuttings. So just keep that in mind. All right, did that answer your question? Okay, all right. So planting material, we're just going to go over the different kinds and just give a couple of advantages of each of them. Make sure you know what they are. Bare root seedlings you usually get that are 1 to 3 years old. Very commonly 1 or 2 years. Occasionally you can find a nursery that grows them a little longer, and you can get some really well-developed root systems. They're usually machine lifted out of the ground because they're grown in the ground, usually from seed, and so it does damage. So you really need to get them in moist soil. So the window, that's the reason for the shorter window that you're planting these things in. You can technically plant them and grow them all year, but your chances of survival decline significantly outside of those wetter seasons. They're usually sold in bundles. You can buy them in large quantities for pretty cheap. Just about every state forestry nursery in the country sells them. Lots of commercial nurseries sell them also. So, and the way you install them is by hand. So you're using a shovel. You can use an auger on the back of your tractor or your skid steer or whatever, and just pop a hole a few inches deep and just go and have somebody come in behind you. Dibble bars are a tool that it's just a steel pole with a handle with a big heavy wedge on the end of it. And those are used for commercial forestry applications. Planted many, many hundred bare root seedlings with dibble bars. Many people have too. And they make tree setters, right, that you can pull behind a tractor to plant them if you're planting a lot over a large scale, right? It just cuts a hole or just a groove in the ground, and you put your seedling in to the right height. Tires go over and close up that basically that gash you're creating in the ground. You can check out tree setters, by the way, from usually Division of Forestry, if it's the Kentucky Division of Forestry, if it's in Kentucky. I don't know if soil conservation districts have any of these, but usually your field offices with forestry have a couple on hand. You just got to check them out early to make sure you're going to get them. But if you're planting in the hundreds, very, very useful. If you're planting in clay soils, very, very useful. So, because I've planted in great soils, I've planted in very compacted clay soils, you're not very productive by hand, no matter what you're doing. Even with an auger, because the issue with an auger, it will dig up clumps, right? And if you auger too far ahead of time, if it's clay, those clumps will dry out really quickly, and then you're introducing air pockets into your planting areas. So, all right, what else we got? Containers. These are grown usually, commercial nurseries grow them from cuttings or from, yeah, I'll go ahead and grab those. So the question was, where can you check out tree setters? A Division of Forestry field offices. There are several around the state. Call them if you need it. You will need a tractor. You will need a tractor of a certain size. Usually, you want something at least 100 horsepower. 50, 60, 30s, you can have difficulty with those because it's heavy. It's just an old piece of metal, and it's heavy. And a tractor that's too small may have trouble lifting it. Not pulling it necessarily, although very small tractors will have issues pulling it. But usually if you ask them, what do you recommend, they will tell you their latest and greatest recommendations on tractor size. So once again, containers, you can get containers for just plugs that are a couple of inches, right? Or you can get containers, grown plants up to over 5 feet wide, all kinds of different sizes. The things that are most commonly available for sale are things between 1, 5, and 15-gallon containers. And a 15-gallon container, to put that in perspective, is close to the size of like an inch and a half caliper tree. That gets close to that size. 1-gallon containers are these. 5 gallons are that, 3s, et cetera, et cetera. But you can get all kinds. The advantages of this are that they're already growing in soil. You do not have to disturb them much to plant them, and you could plant them any time of year as long as you're going to take care of them. And the main way you take care of a plant is you water it, period. That's the number one thing you can do for a tree if you're installing it or if you're taking care of it for the rest of its life. So you install these. Take something a little larger, a shovel, a larger auger, larger equipment. Sometimes a backhoe is useful, for example. But you can get augers that are pretty big for most of your needs. And you can get them pretty small for smaller needs at the same time. I do not recommend hand-drilled augers because you're usually planting in situations that are not very loose. And drills, when we're planting with drills and augers, we're usually planting in new, improved soil. So use your bigger stuff for tree planting. Balled and burlap. We're going to also lump trees that are lifted and caged into this, if you've seen these. So these are usually, you can get larger stock with these. They're grown in the ground. So they're grown in the ground at a nursery, and they're a tree spade, which is basically something on the front of a machine. It's got these 4 wedges that cut into the ground, and then it compresses and cuts those roots, and it lifts the tree up out of the ground. So you're damaging the roots when they lift them, but they're cared for in a nursery. But those kinds of plants you want to make, because they're also much more expensive. Well, I don't know the latest and greatest prices. Pre-COVID, the average 1-inch caliper tree was going to run you, this was installed prices. Let me back up. Wholesale prices, I could get them for like $70 a piece, but I would have to pay somebody about $200 installed. We would buy things in a past job up to a 4- and 5-inch caliper. You're paying several $100 a piece wholesale for that. But what you're getting is you're getting the big instant effect. For most purposes, though, the best bang for your buck size for tree establishment is that 1 and 3 gallon size and that 3/4 inch to 1.5 inch caliper size. So those establish really, really well for health reasons, for tree health reasons. Those are usually your best bang for your buck. With shrubs, it's a different story. Shrubs are a little bit more resilient. They usually establish a little bit easier. You're going to want something with a little root mass if you want to really guarantee they're going to establish really well. But if you're willing to put the work in, staking and bare roots can be very good for you at the same time. But back to ball and burlap, the issues with them are based on how they're sold, lifted, transported. The advantages, once again, are large. There you can get them very large, but you also need larger equipment to install them. If you're buying something that's balled and burlapped and you're getting over that 2.5 inch caliper, it's usually more than a 1-person job just to move it. So just keep that in mind also. Whereas containers, smaller, well-developed root system, and the containers are really the way to go if you can do it. So, all right, live stakes. I think we've talked about most of this stuff. It's from branch cuttings. You can make your own. You can make your own. Give it a shot. Let me know how it goes. But do things that folks have said they've had success with first. Certain things, you probably can't live stake a pawpaw. That would be my guess. Another nursery guy and I were talking about that Tuesday. I was asking him what he thought about it because I thought the answer was going to be no. He seemed to agree. They just don't have those characteristics, right? So there's drier site species that are a little tougher and woodier and aren't growing fast and prolifically. They're less likely to live stake. You can get them dirt cheap, just a ton of them for nothing. They're very cheap. Select nurseries carry them. Everybody doesn't carry them, but select nurseries will, and you want to put in those orders ahead of time. Easy to install. The installation method is like a dead blow hammer or some kind of nylon mallet or something like that. The reason I like a dead blow hammer, it's got stuff in it that moves around, so when you hit it, it's not just a bunch of force right there on the end. That, or just something small, and you're just driving it into the ground. Sometimes you can just shove them in the ground. Now, and sometimes you could shove them in the ground and finish them off with a mallet. In tough situations, you make pilot holes. So a piece of rebar, a 4-pound sledge, and put the young guy out there going to town. So I don't handle it anymore. I won't be able to use my hands 2 days afterwards. So I've reached that point. That might be a little laziness on my part too, not keeping up. Yep.
So our situation is that we've been trying to restore a riparian zone, and we have used little seedlings. We have tried some live stakes. We've tried bigger trees, and this site gets flooded fairly frequently. And in your experience, which ones do you have the most success with? They've all been washed away in our experience, and we're trying to figure out, we keep replanting. What have you had the most luck with?
So in a riparian situation, which means you're very close to a stream, a creek, something, and in her situation, she's got flooding, and it's small streams, especially if there's any kind of topography to it, there's a lot of force going through those areas. And so I've run into the exact same situation many people have, where you plant stuff and the water comes through and blows everything out. I have not personally had success with keeping containers or bare roots in place. Of those two, you're going to keep, bare roots are going to hang around a little longer. In many cases though, live staking is usually the most successful method, because if you can get a longer stake, like I said, most commonly used are 2 to 3 feet, but you can buy them 1 to 4 feet long, and you want nearly that whole stem in the ground. So for the flooding to have to blow those situations out, it's going to have to be removing soil. You will see that on the sheer face of a stream bed, on the sheer bank, right? But those aren't usually also the best places to be live staking. When you're doing that kind of work, stabilizing that, it's a much more rigorous process of adding multiple types of erosion control and vegetation installations to that kind of thing. But if you're just in the riparian area, make sure your live stakes are pretty long and get them as deep in the ground as possible. What were you doing? Or like the length of your stakes, do you remember?
I don't remember. It was probably 10 years ago, and we cut things from the willows up the creek, and maybe we just weren't shoving them down far enough.
Yeah.
But also, as the trees get bigger,
Yeah.
even so, I'm thinking that maybe the roots would hold better, because as the trees get bigger, we've had a lot of the seedlings grow up to be 8, 10 feet tall, but then they catch all the crap that comes and then blows over, and we're always trying to think, can we protect it some way? Do we just keep clearing the stuff off of it? Is there some type of a barrier species that will catch the stuff before it mows everything down?
I'm gonna make one more comment, then I'll get to you. In some cases, I have seen people plant their younger trees behind a larger tree and almost use it like a barrier for a short row. It will not work for long stuff. Short rows, right? But then you're very restricted in your planting space. It's a tough situation to deal with, but using larger material that's going to catch all that water and debris, it's probably more often than not, I haven't seen it well, if it is an area that gets regularly flooded, like flooded at least every couple of years or something like that. But also you run into these situations you just don't know are coming, and you just did a project and it happens. If the site is good for live staking, I would encourage longer stakes. Otherwise, it's much more of an engineering process, and that's difficult and expensive. Did you have anything to add to that?
Yes, because I have that exact same situation. So we tried seedlings, and because they were cheap and all that. So I live on Dry Run Creek that runs through my property. However, once or twice a year, it does flood up quite a ways. So we've lost everything like 3 times. But what we have finally been able to achieve is we put variety of trees in a plant nursery up at the top of the hill. We let them get some size to them. Now, 2 years ago, we have planted them. We took them out of the tree nursery, transplanted them down there, and I have like cages around them. The cage is also staked. The cage seems to collect the debris. Granted, we just had a flooding, which was unusual for January. This time it brought huge trunks of trees. And so I won't know if they've been damaged. But the trees that have the stakes and the kind of like chicken wire around them, maybe like that, maybe this tall, those have been successful and are alive. And I'm guessing maybe 80%, but we planted American basswood. We're planting those for our bees for pollination and nectar. And then tulip was another one, and we had one other tree. So now they're probably about this tall, and the trunks are getting a little larger, but it's been an elimination process to determine what was going to work. But that's where we became successful. And I would guess I have maybe 20 trees down there. I think they start maybe 30 feet in, and then all of our trees we try to 25 feet apart, so 25 and then 25. But the flooding goes up even further than that. We have 5-wire fence to keep our cattle in, and that debris all goes up there and collects on the fence and so forth. And of course it does around the metal, but we just go down and take that off of there, so all that's not leaning and potentially damaging. So that's what we have found. We allowed them to have some size to them so they have a root. The beauty of them being down there by the creek that stays relatively damp, there's enough moisture there that the root system is doing very well in that area. Not maybe the clay and all that other on our farm, but that area, they seem to be thriving. So maybe that combination might work for you. So I don't know.
We've been talking, I've been talking with some of my other partners in my network about doing some, and I've had a couple of agents too ask for this, some stream bank stabilization and specific programming where we would work with an engineer that works on stream restoration to do some things for farmers and agents. That might be something. And if that's the kind of thing y'all need, or you need some other programs, we take requests. So keep staying on me, because I've been talking with him for a little over a year about it, and we just haven't done it. It's just kind of like just step up and get it done kind of thing. So, yes, sir. So the question was, in the case of like a bald and burlap tree, do you remove the burlap before you plant? And I'm gonna lump this in with wire baskets too. The answer is yes. Remove as much of it as possible. People can say that stuff's gonna break down all day long. It doesn't. Especially if you leave any of that wrapped around the trunk at the base. You are going to get girdling issues. You will get girdling issues. Wire baskets, some of the old practices are clip the bigger holes around the roots and give them space. It just doesn't always work. You know, sometimes you can, like a lot of people, just remove the top. Just remove as much as possible. It's a barrier. It's potential for girdling the stem or the roots. Get rid of. Now, when you are moving that, these things are heavy, and it can be very difficult to do, to remove the whole thing once it's in the hole. But when you remove it before you put it in the hole, you run the risk of all that falling apart. So there is a little bit of technique to how you do it, but it is possible, and it usually just means have a partner and move it around. But get rid of, if nothing else, get rid of as much of the top of that burlap as possible. Thank you for that. Very important. And I was going to leave it off, just like the girdling roots. So, all right, this is just a picture of live stakes. The picture on the left is somebody is making their own, and depending on the species, that can be fine. They are getting a little bit big, right? But the older the tissue, the less vigorously it's going to grow new roots, right? But it kind of depends on the species. The pictures on your right are commercially sold bundles. They're a little bit thinner, right? I have no idea what species those are, but that's typically what they're going to look like if you were to order them, but different lengths. On the left is a picture of a live steak that's probably 2 seasons old. That could be season 1, right? It could be, but you don't always get good growth that first season, but sometimes you can, and sometimes you can get more than that. So that steak itself is probably at least 3 feet long, but most of it is below ground because you're trying to maximize that woody tissue contacting moist soil for root growth. Now on the right is just a blurry illustration that's showing the ground line on a hill, and the very dark straight lines are the stakes, and it's just demonstrating what happens. The roots start to grow first, followed by the above ground stuff, and then next thing you know, you have a new plant. Most of live stake species are going to be shrubs, but there are trees that you can do this with too. So I would say fewer species can live stake than more, Most species won't do it, right? But once again, there are things that if you can root from cuttings. But once again, our most successful things we root from cuttings are usually shrubs because they're more vigorous growers. All right, we're going to really skim over the establishment maintenance because our time's really running out. Just know this, it takes usually a couple of years for a plant to become established. Did you have a question? Yep.
To help the environment board.
So the comment was about the use of rooting hormone if you are propagating things from plugs. My opinion is on that is this. In an environment like that, for these species that are going to be successful, rooting hormone is not needed because you're using species that we've seen success in. Now, in a production situation, yes, we've almost always used rooting hormone for cuttings because we want to maximize, and usually what we're doing is we're creating new pots, new plants in pots when we do that, right? And so we want to maximize those successes. Outside of that, though, it's very risky and it can be time consuming and expensive to use it in more of like the situations we're talking about, a production field, a natural area situation or something like that. Greenhouse production, something like that, 100%, right? It will maximize your efforts, definitely. Now establishment, once again, 2 to 3 years, so you need to take care of it for 2 to 3 years. If you plant and walk away, you're gonna have dead trees. Not in every case, but you're gonna have a high chance of that, right? But we've all planted things in the ground and forgot they existed and they've turned out great. But you really don't want to risk that, in my opinion, especially if you're spending time and money. Primary maintenance is watering. And watering goes like this. Well, I think I got a slide on it, but I'll just jump into it now. If you're planting a tree or a large plant in general of any sort, the first 2 weeks you plant it, you want to water it a little bit every day. First 2 weeks, depending on weather. If it is pouring down rain, obviously you don't need to irrigate. You water what you've got. Drizzling rains don't count. Drizzling rains do nothing a few inches below the ground unless it is a decent drizzling rain that's been going on nonstop for days. That would count. But lots of folks have a little bit of rain. It rained, therefore I don't have to water. No. It rained on you, it did not rain on the roots. And it's not enough of that is getting down there because you want water throughout that area that you dug up to plant, throughout that root ball area, right? If it's a trench, you want it as deep as those roots are going. There is no magic formula for water this amount of time, you know, at this rate, yada, 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 because it depends. So what you want to do is you want to imagine right after you've watered that you are soaking it, completely soaking it, right? Let the hole fill up. Do it again. That first time, that's fine. It is fine. The next day, right, do the same thing. In fact, if it is warm outside, I'm trying to water 2 times a day or irrigate 2 times a day for the first 2 weeks. And then after that, I am cutting that back to a couple of times a week. And then the end of that 5, 6, 7 week period, I'm watering based on just what the weather is and how the soil feels. How do you know if you're watering enough? Well, you know, a couple hours after you've watered, or that evening if you watered in the afternoon or something like that. Just, you essentially you have to get a sample. So dig halfway down into the area you planted in and then get some soil. If you squeeze it and a bunch of water comes out easily, you're watering too much. This does not mean right after you've watered, right? This is hours after you've watered. Give that water time to disperse. If it is dry and it falls apart, you're not watering enough. That should get you through most cases. If you are cropping something like elderberries or blueberries or straw or whatever, you can buy moisture sensors. I don't have experience in them, but a lot of people swear by them, right? You can buy moisture sensors that you can just hook up to an app, and you can tell it to turn your irrigation on if it's needed. So that's something, you know, that we should probably be talking about a little bit more. All right, let's see. Fertilization and pruning. We mostly see that in production situations. You almost never need it anywhere else, once again, unless you're growing a crop, right? Yard situations, park situations, conservation plantings, fertilization and pruning, avoid it. It costs money, it's time. Plant things that are appropriate for the site. So species selection matters there. But as far as establishment maintenance, you also want to keep your weeds down. We have a weeds section. You want to keep your weeds down, right? And it kind of depends on how you've planted about how you do that. When a plant is very young, it's very short, if you're using herbicides, be very, very careful, because most herbicides are designed to be taken up through the leaves. So if you contact those leaves, you could have dead plants. Taller plants, though, taller trees, especially trees, where you have big sections that are just trunk, we can use selective herbicides, or it's much easier. You know, it's very unlikely that you're going to spray the leaves. But two, there are herbicides that will volatilize, which means they turn into vapor at certain temperatures, and volatilized herbicides will kill plants. So, geez, I can't remember the name of it for some reason. It slipped. Anyway, there's a big issue with a certain herbicide going on right now that volatilizes really easily in crop fields, and it will travel for miles. A friend of mine's woods, 60 acres, at least 60 acres of woodlands, all in decline because of herbicide use miles away. So that will happen in your yard too. So we're probably going to go ahead and wrap up because we're kind of running. Our time's. Actually, let me show you this. This is what I mean by tree shelters or tree tubes. They come in different heights. Their main reason is to protect the ends of the shoots from being browsed and to protect the trunks from being rubbed, right? And you usually want to leave these on a couple of growing seasons. Put them on when you plant. These will save you. They cost, but if money is an issue, if you're planting this thing and you're to turn a profit off of somehow, maximize that and consider investing in tree shelters on these scale plantings or some kind of protection from browsing and rubbing, some kind, right? Maybe that is a homemade thing. Maybe that is fencing, something, right? It is worth it if you're planting a lot of trees. You don't want to leave them on more than a couple of years. Don't leave them on past the establishment period. It's bad for them. They'll end up not being strong enough. Plants need to move, and they don't need to just sit in a really humid environment. You know, they need exposure to wind and the elements and all this stuff to gain strength and to grow appropriately. All right, last thing, deer repellent. Most of it does not work. That is a fact. Some products that are putrid egg-based products can have some decent success. And if you combine that with just other types of herd management or, you know, plant health, you're probably going to be okay. The cases where it works, you're not usually just using it by itself, you know, but you're applying it at least once a month. These products that are pepper this and other extract that and apply it 4 times a year, do not buy that stuff. Do not do it. You're wasting your money. So if you are going to use this, know that it is not foolproof. It does not guarantee success by itself, but some kind of egg-based product, some kind of putrid egg-based product is what you need to use. All right, I'm going to wrap this up. I'll hang around for questions if anybody has any, or if you want to see the trees outside. Thanks everybody for attending. And 2, I just wanted to remind everybody about next month's topic, which is organic agriculture, 3rd Thursday, same place, and hope to see you all there. Thanks.